The action takes place in a large castle. There is a battle going on there at the moment. The castle was attacked by an army led by a girl named Irene, one of the 7 sages of light. The girl was completely exhausted and said that the Demon King was too strong. A young man in a blue cloak came closer. The guy said that he was ready to let go of everyone who invaded his property if Irene became his. The girl said that she was ready to sacrifice herself, but the Demon King would only receive her body if he did not desecrate her soul. The guy looked at Irene to read her characteristics. The girl had a 5-star status. The guy said that they could increase her power and raise her divine light to the maximum level. However, the Demon King had another way to increase the girl's stats. After some time, the Demon King and Irene moved to the bedroom. The guy received a notification from the system that the main card, the Hammer of Light, had been received. The girl looked at the Demon King with embarrassment and said that he was very strong. The guy said that now his magical power was depleted. Irene smiled and said that she was ready to work some more. A player named Yuan clicked his mouse, moving to the next page. Thus, he became the first person in the game Love in 10,000 Worlds to collect 100 5-star characters. This game was the most popular online game of recent years and allowed you to travel and interact with all the characters. For Yuan, an expert in love games, this was the best discovery. The game system sent a notification that the guy had earned the God of Raid achievement, for which he received a special gift. Wen noticed that the screen suddenly turned black. A few moments later, a funnel appeared on the screen. She quickly began to crawl out of the screen and pull Yuan in. The guy didn't have time to realize how he was sucked into the monitor. The light from the funnel began to fade, leaving Yuan's room empty. The guy was sucked into a dark space and began to fall rapidly. Yuan screamed and tried to grab onto something, but there was only emptiness around. The guy didn't even see where he would end up landing. After a few moments, Yuan felt the sensation of falling dull, and he stopped. The guy opened his eyes and said that this place looked like the character creation screen in the game Love in 10,000 Worlds. A small white-haired fairy appeared in front of Yuan and greeted the chosen one. The boy immediately recognized the fairy who appears at the very beginning of the game and tells about the game. Yuan pointed his finger at the fairy and asked if he needed to complete any quests in order to return to his world. The guy said that he recently read a manga with a similar plot, and there was a catch in the game. The fairy said that all the characters in this game are as alive as Yuan himself, and during the course of the game he angered many people. The guy said that these explanations were boring him, so he asked to get straight to the point. The fairy said that Yuan had angered 100 girls in the game, and now he needed to make them fall in love with him. When the guy said it would be easy, the girl warned him that his account had been deleted and now she would have to start over. Yuan was angry because he had invested a lot of money in this game, but the fairy reminded him that he had signed the license agreement himself. The guy said that in that case he needed some kind of ability so that he wouldn't die. The fairy explained that the creator had prepared 5 characteristics that correspond to the 5 attributes in the game. Talent helps you gain more abilities to become the strongest. Variability allows you to use shadow abilities and become invisible. Physical strength gives you the opportunity to develop your body. Intelligence helps one master all kinds of spells that can destroy the world with one gesture. Yen looked at the last stat and asked what the benefit of charisma was. The fairy replied that charisma allows one to become beautiful. Yuan looked at the girl with displeasure and said that it even sounded funny. The guy decided that since he was a demon mage in the game, he should choose intelligence. Suddenly, Yuan's nose itched and he sneezed. The guy's hand shook, and he clicked on the very last item with characteristics. The system congratulated Yuan on acquiring the charisma system. The guy's hand started shaking, and he asked to cancel the selection, as he had accidentally clicked the wrong button. The fairy smiled and said that the choice was final and could not be changed, so Yuan should use the system wisely. The girl flew closer to the guy. The fairy kissed Yuan on the forehead and said that the game was beginning. At that moment, a crater appeared under the guy's feet again. Yuan was scared and asked why the game started by itself without even notifying him. We are transported to the world of Lingming, Yuanzhou City. The city has tall buildings and is decorated in traditional Chinese style. The girl took a hair clip from the counter and asked how much it cost. It was the Snow Shadow Sorceress, Yun Shuihan. She had long snow-white hair. The owner of the stall immediately recognized from the girl's clothes that she was a disciple of Yun Yinmeng, who guarded their city. The woman said she would give the hairpin away for free, but Shuihan began to refuse. At that moment, the girl saw a pillar of light in the sky. Suihan heard someone shouting loudly. Yuan did not come down from the heavens in the best possible way. The guy broke through the roof of the building and asked if there really was no normal way to cross. Only after recovering from the blow did Yuan realize that he was in a women's bathhouse. The guy tried to justify his appearance and asked permission to leave. However, the girls were not against his presence and said that they did not mind him staying with them. Yuan blushed when he realized that the girls were clearly flirting with him. They immediately surrounded the guy, asking him to undress and join them. Yan barely managed to escape their grasp and escape from the public bathhouse. The guy's whole face was covered in kiss marks, and he didn't understand why the girls reacted to him like that. The guards ran after Yuan, saying that he should be punished for entering the women's bathhouse in broad daylight. The guy ran as fast as he could, knowing that he would be imprisoned for many years if he was caught. The head of the guards said that they absolutely must bring to justice the pervert who was disturbing the harmony of their city. Yuan shouted that it was just a misunderstanding, but no one wanted to listen to him. The girls watched the guy go and said that they didn't know that there was such a handsome pervert in their city. After some time, Yuan was able to escape the guards, getting lost in the city streets. Having lost sight of the guy, the guards decided to split up. Yuan watched them from around the corner, not understanding how something like this could have happened to him. At that moment, the system sent a task according to which the guy needed to obtain the Cloud Shadow Fairy Zuihan. Yuan realized from the name of the female character that he was in the city of Lingming and immediately remembered the structure of this city. The guy opened the system window and realized that it was very similar to the game interface, except that there was a storage there. Yan opened the attributes window and realized that the system itself had given all the points to the charisma attribute since he had chosen it by accident at the very beginning. The system indicated that the guy had the evil smile skill, but this was the first time Yuan had heard of such a thing. After reading a little more about the skill, Yuan grabbed his head, screaming that he didn't understand how he could use it at all. At that moment, one of the guards noticed the guy and immediately called the others. Yuan decided that he had nothing to lose, so it was worth trying to use this skill. The guy peeked out from around the corner, looked at the guard and smiled. Seeing this, the guard became scared and said that the guy was definitely a pervert. Yan grabbed his head and thought that he simply didn't smile enough in everyday life, so nothing worked. The guy pulled himself together and activated the evil smile skill. Yan was enveloped in an aura and peeked out from around the corner again with a slight smile. The guard immediately hugged himself and felt his heartbeat quicken, so he thought he had fallen in love with the man. The man said that it was love at first sight, and he didn't care that the whole world was against him. Yuan reacted quickly and hit the guard in the face with a brick. The guy threw the brick aside and said that he didn't love anyone and apologized for ruining other people's hopes. At that moment, the system sent a notification that the wanted level had increased to 2 stars following the attack on the officer. Yen started complaining about the developers adding some confusing settings like the wanted level. At that moment, the guards arrived and a group of guards gathered to grab the guy. The 2 guards drew their bowstrings, aiming at Yuan. A second later, 2 arrows were aimed towards the guy. Yuan didn't have time to dodge, which is why one of the arrows hit his shoulder. The guy understood that he wouldn't be able to escape, since all his attribute points had gone into charisma. The head of the guard ordered the boy to be seized immediately. Yan immediately jumped up and ran in the opposite direction from the men. At this moment, in a house nearby, a Baihua maiden with a power level of 2 stars, named Liu Ruhong, was resting. Wan burst into the house and stumbled over the threshold. The guy lost his balance and bumped into Ruhan's chest. The girl said that she was not working today, so the guy should leave immediately and not make a scene. Yan raised his head and apologized, asking if he could ask the girl for one favor. Seeing the guy's face, Ruhun blushed and her eyes sparkled. The girl said that they usually don't do this, but for such a handsome man, they are ready to make an exception and help. Ruhun turned towards the rooms and told the other girls that they needed to meet the guest. 4 beautiful girls immediately came out of the rooms and greeted the guy. A few seconds later, guards ran into the house and asked if the girls had seen anyone suspicious. Ruhun said they would never hide a criminal, so the men most likely went through the wrong door. However, the head of the guard was confident that they were not mistaken and ordered a search of the house. The man said that if the girls dared to interfere, he would close the place. Ruhan stopped smiling and said that the head of the guard himself visited them 10 times a month, so it was worth thinking again. At that moment, a black-haired girl in a red hanfu came out onto the second-floor balcony. Upon seeing her, all the guards immediately blushed with embarrassment. Men knew this girl as the one whose body was like a forest breeze, and whose spirit was like an empress who loved the people. Her name was Ling Sheng, and she was the mistress of the house, so she allowed the search, saying that they had nothing to hide. However, at that moment, Yuan was hiding under her skirt, and he noted to himself that the girl smelled very good. Half an hour later, the guards searched the entire house and said that the fugitive had not been found. Ling Sheng asked if they had any more questions, to which the head guard apologized to the girls, saying that they had made a mistake. The owner said that the men could leave, but they could also stay, as they were opening soon. The head of the guard became embarrassed and immediately said that it was time for them to go. Within half an hour, Yuan's legs were numb, so he lost his balance and grabbed Ling Sheng's leg to keep from falling. The girl gasped loudly in surprise. The head of the guard immediately turned to her and asked what had happened. At that moment, the man was grabbed by the cheek and pulled to the side. It was the guard's wife who said that the fugitive had long since disappeared, and the men continued to chill in this establishment. The woman dragged the man along with her, who tried to justify his presence in this place. When all the guards disappeared behind the doors, Ling Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, the girl began to lose her balance due to Yuan starting to move under her skirt. It turned out that the guy lost consciousness, which is why they both fell. All the girls immediately came closer and asked why Yuan lost consciousness. Ling Sheng looked at the guy and said that he was injured. The girls saw a blood stain spreading on Yuan's shoulder and became worried. Ling Sheng tore the hem of her dress, tearing off a piece to bandage the wound. The girl ordered to bring hot water and medicine to wash the wound. After some time, the guy was transferred to one of the rooms. The girls surrounded the guy from all sides and admired his face, saying that they would agree to be with him for free. In his sleep, Yuan felt his shoulder hurt, causing him to frown. The guy didn't wake up for a long time. The door to the room slowly opened, letting the guest in. Ling Sheng came in and said that she had prepared some medicine for the boy's wounds so that he could recover faster. The girl said that Yuan was still unconscious, so they would have to feed him by mouth. Ruhan blushed and said that she would try her best not to spill a drop. The girls began to argue among themselves about who was best suited for this, as they all wanted to give the guy the medicine. While Yuan was sleeping, the system sent a notification that the guy had successfully charmed 3 girls, for which he received 30 points each. Ling Sheng couldn't stand the argument and ordered everyone to be quiet. The girl said that the guy was feeling very bad, so everyone should go out and not disturb him, and she would take care of everything herself. The girls did not argue with the hostess and headed towards the door. When the boy and girl were alone in the room, Ling Sheng took some medicine into her mouth. The girl pulled Yuan towards her and began to convince herself that she was doing this only to save his life. Ling Sheng pressed her lips to the boy's, handing him the medicine, causing the system to add another 100 points. At this moment, Yuan came to his senses and grabbed the girl. Ling Sheng tried to pull away, but the guy had already pulled her towards him. They quickly switched places, and Yuan was already pressing the girl to the bed and kissing her. Ling Sheng closed her eyes, not understanding why she couldn't resist. After some time, the system awarded Yuan 200 points for a successful introduction. Yan dreamed that he was in a completely different place. The guy looked around and realized that he was in some kind of forest. A few moments later, blue round slugs jumped out of the nearby bushes and attacked Yuan. The slugs pressed themselves against his face on both sides and wouldn't come off. Meanwhile, a new day began in the city. Yuan lay on Ling Sheng all night, his face buried in her chest. In his dream, the boy was fighting off slugs, which caused him to scream loudly. Ling Sheng woke up from his scream. The girl's scream echoed throughout the house. After a while, Ling Sheng got out of bed and asked how the guy dared to harass her while she was sleeping. There was a bright red palm print on Yuan's cheek, but he still didn't understand what had happened. At that moment, Ruhun came into the room and said that she was glad that the guy had finally woken up. After a while, Ruhun and Yuan sat down at the table to talk about what to do next. The girl offered the guy 2 options for solving the problem, and the first was that he would have to work for her. Yuan immediately refused to sell his body, so he said that he would choose the second option anyway. Ruhan said that they would then hand him over to the officers and receive a bonus for his capture, thereby reimbursing the costs of his treatment. Yuan didn't like this option either, so he decided to choose the lesser of 2 evils. The guy agreed to become a member of Baihua and work with the girls. Yuan winked at Lingsheng and promised that he would repay her kindness someday. So the guy started working in this brothel, and every day he did hard work. The girls surrounded Yuan with care and constantly looked after him. They openly flirted with the guy and offered him privacy, but he always refused. For every interaction with the girls, the system awarded Yuan points. A few days later, the guy waited until everyone went to bed and locked himself in the room assigned to him. Yuan had already accumulated 1,000 points and now decided to see what he could exchange them for. The guy hoped to find something useful in the system store. In the store, Yuan saw a book that would increase his charisma points for being close to girls. The guy thought that this technique was perfect for him. Yuan clicked on the icon to check the price of the attribute and saw that it cost 100,000 points. The guy was angry because he had been working hard for several days to earn 1,000 points. The system fairy watched all this from the side. The girl laughed and said that the guy really had an interesting choice, so it would be a shame to deprive him of such an opportunity. The fairy said that she would make an exception for a newcomer once. The system sent Yuan a notification that a 99% discount for newcomers would be in effect for 10 minutes. The guy immediately realized that this was his chance, which he couldn't miss. Yan immediately went to the system store and bought a book to increase charisma. Purple flashes swirled in the air, surrounding the guy. The item was successfully obtained and the charisma points increased. The boy smiled, feeling that the book had produced results. The next day, the girls did not leave the guy's side for a second and dreamed that he would become their guest. They noted that even at their first meeting, Yuan did not seem as handsome to them as he did now. However, not everyone liked this increased attention to the guy. A guest named Gao was outraged that the girls he came to see were completely infatuated with Yuan, who was serving drinks. The guy tried to remain polite and said that there was no one more handsome than the man in this place. However, such flattery only inflamed the guest even more. The man reached for his sword, saying that no one dared to provoke him like that. Lingsheng blocked Yuan's path and apologized to the guest, saying that the guy was new and didn't yet know how to communicate with customers. Gao smirked as the most famous girl came out to talk to him. The man added powder to Lingsheng's drink without her noticing. Gao handed the girl a drink and said that he would only accept the apology if she drank with him. Lingsheng thanked the man and drank the drink from the cup he offered her. Gao said that the girl's face was incomparable and asked how much he should pay for her to grace him with her presence. Lingsheng replied that she does not sell her body but is engaged in art. The man was confident that his powder would soon work and the girl would not be able to refuse him. Lingsheng went to her room, but after 15 minutes she felt unwell. The girl noted that after a glass of wine she felt very hot. The heat was so unbearable that Lingsheng began to take off her clothes. Wen decided to thank the girl for her help, so he came to her room. The guy knocked on the door and immediately entered, saying that he had prepared a special soup for Lingsheng. However, upon seeing the girl, Yuan fell silent. Lingsheng was completely naked and looked at the guy shyly. Yan immediately ran out of the room and apologized. However, Lingsheng quickly walked to the door and grabbed the guy's hand. The girl pushed Yuan onto the bed and asked him to do her one favor. The guy tried to hold on, but he couldn't escape the girl's pressure. Lingsheng said that there was a desire-enhancing powder in the glass of wine. The girl asked the guy to help her come to her senses. Lingsheng took off the last piece of clothing and promised that it would be free. After some time, Yuan began to receive notifications about his charisma increasing. Meanwhile, Gao approached one of the rooms, saying that the powder should have taken effect by now. However, the man did not yet realize that he was in the wrong room. A girl with blonde hair was waiting for him outside the door. However, in terms of musculature, the girl was in no way inferior to the men and even surpassed many of them. Zhao pressed himself against the door and said he was in the wrong room. However, the girl did not let him go, saying that she would help the man relax. Meanwhile, the other girls who remained on the first floor noticed that something was falling from the ceiling. The girls thought they might be rats. Ruhan raised her head and said that in Mr. Yuan's heart there was a rat that was struggling and struggling, trying to escape. Meanwhile, in the room on the second floor, Yuan and Lingsheng were spending time together. After a while they finished. There were a few drops of blood left on the sheets. Yuan got out of bed and began to get dressed. The guy still couldn't believe that he had done it. Lingsheng hugged the pillow and said that Yuan didn't need to worry about it since she was a brothel girl and this was her job. The guy replied that the girl should not act as if she was embarrassed. Lingsheng was very embarrassed and threw a pillow at the guy, telling him to get lost. Wan immediately ran out of the room, not daring to anger the girl. Ling Sheng wondered if she had really said something wrong. Meanwhile, Yuan stopped at the second-floor balcony and thought that the sensations now were too real and did not resemble a game. At that moment, the guy noticed Gao running out of one of the rooms. The man was squeezed like a lemon and said that he would never forget today's shame. The brothel workers watched him leave, saying that with such an ugly body he shouldn't have come to such a place at all. Yan immediately recognized the man as the one who had drugged Ling Sheng. As soon as he saw Yuan, Gao ran out of the brothel even faster. The guy thought that if it weren't for Gao, the girl would be fine, but this was a great opportunity to practice techniques. After some time, Yuan returned to his room. With the help of the system's hints, the boy raised his 1,000-secret techniques skill to the second level. Now, by forming a heart with his fingers, the boy could charm living beings, and even his enemies. Yuan had a hard time assessing the new skills, but he had a rough idea of how it worked. The guy saw a cat sitting on the windowsill and decided that he needed to use this technique. Yuan extended his hand towards the cat and made a gesture, activating the skill. The cat immediately became kinder and affectionate. The animal began to rub itself against Yuan and meow. The guy decided that this skill worked great. Soon Yuan received some coins from customers and decided to buy a gift for Ling Sheng. The guy was walking through the market when he noticed a familiar silhouette. At one of the stalls, Yuan saw the Snow Shadow Sorceress Yun, a 5-star character. The salesman at the counter told the girl that he would give her a 20% discount for her beauty. Yun said that 800 taels for such a good hairpin was not that expensive, but her father asked her to think about all expenses. The girl was about to agree to the purchase, but she was interrupted. Yan walked up to the counter and pointed to the hairpin, asking the clerk how much it cost. The seller repeated the price and said that he would also agree to give the guy a discount, but Yuan asked if the hairpin was made of ice stone. The man replied that it was made of the finest jade with pieces of ice, making it a very skillful and expensive piece. Yan grinned and asked if the seller had really done the work himself. The smile disappeared from the man's face, and he asked if the guy was really hinting that he was cheating on him. Yan picked up the hairpin and said that he wished the hairpin were real. The object split into 2 parts without much effort. The guy said that the hairpin was of terrible quality and was a fake, so Yun shouldn't buy it. The girl got angry and said that the man had no conscience since he was selling counterfeits. The seller said that Yuan would get into big trouble for breaking his product. 2 men came out from behind the counter and asked if Yuan really wasn't going to pay. Yun said that you can't deceive people like that and they will pay for it. Yan put his hand in front of the girl, pushing her behind his back. The guy said that she shouldn't worry and leave it to him. The men chuckled and asked if the guy really thought they were ordinary fighters. The security at this jewelry store was well trained. Each of them graduated from Liu He Academy as professional fighters. They were ready to fight and did not even doubt that victory would be theirs. Each of them took a fighting stance. The leader said that Yuan should get ready. They had no intention of sparing anyone who would harm their business. However, Yun said that men simply look stupid, but they should not be underestimated either. The girl called the guy ambitious, and then he asked if she really thought so. Yun looked at the boy's face and felt her heart beat faster. The leader of the guard decided to attack Yuan first. The guy ducked under his arm and used a seductive skill. Hearts immediately appeared in the guard's eyes. The man fell to the ground and said that he felt very pleased and light at heart. The other 2 guards didn't understand what had come over their boss. Yan said that if they continued like this, he would use this skill on them too. The men didn't listen to the guy and soon found themselves under his spell too. The guards felt love begin to overwhelm them. All 3 men began to cuddle each other and confess their love. The children began to turn around and point at them, but their mothers tried to get them off the street as quickly as possible. The seller got angry and said that at this rate they would scare away all the customers. Yun looked at Yuan and said that she didn't know that the sect taught such techniques. The guy said that he was not a member of any sect, and that an old man from his native village taught him the technique. Yen said that they had not yet met, after which the boy and girl introduced themselves to each other. The girl said that in a few days there would be a selection of students for the 13th generation, so the guy could come. At this moment, their conversation was interrupted by Gao, who approached the girl and said that he had been looking for her for a long time. Yun turned to the man and asked why he cared where she was. Yuan came closer and said that he had not seen Gao at the House of 100 Flowers for a long time and asked if the man had recovered since his last visit. The girl immediately asked if Gao felt guilty about going to such places. The man got angry and said that you can't trust an ordinary errand boy. However, Yuan continued to insist that Gao had not just wandered into the brothel, causing the man to begin making excuses. Yun turned away and said that there was no need to justify himself to her and that the head teacher would deal with him. When the girl left, Gao began to threaten Yuan with reprisals for continuing to interfere with him. The guy grinned and said that the ladies really missed Gao and invited him to visit them again. By nightfall, Yuan returned to the House of 100 Flowers. Ling Sheng locked herself in her room and stood in front of the dressing table, looking at herself in the mirror. The girl found it strange that Yuan's silhouette had been constantly appearing in her thoughts lately. Ling Sheng picked up the hairpin her boyfriend had given her today. Yan said that he chose it especially for the girl. The guy then asked if Ling Sheng liked the gift. The girl replied that it was the most useless thing he could have given her. However, Ling Sheng pressed the hairpin to her chest and said that she still liked Yuan. Yan replied that this was good and then went about his business. The guy noticed the girl's scarf fall. Wen bent down to pick it up. However, the girl stopped him by touching his chin with the tip of her toes. Ling Sheng said that the guy shouldn't strain himself today. The girl said that he was booked for today. Wan chuckled and said that it was very expensive. The girl replied that one shouldn't underestimate her because she had earned a lot of money and could afford it. Ling Sheng flinched as Yuan suddenly approached her. The guy kissed the girl, making her blush. Yuan said that this kiss would be enough as payment, so he was willing to serve her. The boy and the girl spent the night together. At some point, Ling Sheng said it was too late. However, they did not want to stop. Time after time, Yuan received experience points from the system. The whole night passed like this, and the boy and girl went to bed only in the morning. Early in the morning, Ling Sheng prepared a glass of water for Yuan and placed a note under it. The guy woke up in a room completely alone and yawned, not yet realizing that he was alone. However, he soon realized that Ling Sheng was no longer around, after which he noticed a glass of water and a note. In the letter, the girl said that she had left and wished Yuan happiness and to find someone with whom he would be happy. The system sent a notification that a 4-star Ling Sheng card had been received. Yan smiled slightly, thinking that he never imagined that he would receive the first card in this way. Soon the guy got ready and told Ruhun that he was going to leave the brothel just like Ling Sheng had done. Yen said he still had unfinished business, but he would remember their hospitality. Ruhun said that she couldn't force the guy to stay, but she would also let him leave so easily. All the girls from the brothel immediately clung to Yuan, seducing him. The guy decided that it was even beneficial for him. Thanks to the girls, the guy was able to get more points from the system. Yen soon thanked the girls for their hospitality and said that they would meet again. Meanwhile, Gao was persuading Yun to return to the clan. The man wanted to help prepare for the initiation ceremony of the new generation of students. However, the girl said that she needed to meet with the Imperial Sword, but Gao assumed that Yun had other motives. After some time, Yun and Gao crossed paths with Yuan on the street. The guy said that he was just looking for a girl. Yuan said that he would like to go to the clan with her to study with the teacher, but he has topographic cretinism. Yun said that they were just about to return, so they would be happy to take him. However, Gao was against it, citing the fact that a man and a woman should not travel together, so he would take Yuan with him. Yan refused his offer, saying the man smelled of sweat, which led to another verbal altercation. Gao was about to seek help from Yun, but she only laughed at them. The girl said that this whole argument had nothing to do with her and then called Yuan to follow her. Yun said that the boy would need to hold on to her when the sky was high and the wind was strong. Yuan smiled and replied that he understood everything. After some time, they left the city and rose into the sky. 2 swords cut through the air at high speed, leaving a trail behind them. On one sword stood Gao, on the second Yun, and behind her Yuan. The girl said that the first flight can be very stressful, so the guy should hold on to her. Yuan sniffed the girl and asked if the Celestials always smelled so nice. Yun said that the guy was talking nonsense and asked what made her smell so good. Behind them flew Gao, who was very unhappy that Yuan was so close to the girl. As if sensing his mood, Yuan turned around and stuck his tongue out at the man. Gao became even more angry and said that he would not be a man if he did not personally kill the guy. The man put his hand into his sleeve and thought that he could finish off Yuan right now. Gao took out a box containing a guide needle, intending to use it against the boy. The crane needle was very poisonous, so it could kill an enemy with one shot. Gao slid the lid of the box and aimed at Yuan's back. A few moments later, 2 needles flew out of the box. Yun immediately heard the sound. The girl jerked her hand, covering Yuan with her body, but the needles still reached not only her, but also the guy. Yun looked at Gao and asked why he did that. The man tried to justify himself by saying that he only intended to hit Yuan. Consciousness slowly began to leave the girl, and the sword no longer remained in the air. A few moments later, the boy and girl flew down from a great height. There was a lake below them, which softened their fall. Gao called out to the girl but made no attempt to help. The man didn't know how he would tell his mentor about this now. The water in the lake was too cold, so Gao did not dare dive after the girl. The man understood that even if he saved Yun, she would tell the teacher everything, and then he would definitely not forgive him. Gao decided it would be better to leave the girl to die so that no one could tell about what happened. Meanwhile, Yun's body slowly sank deeper and deeper into the cold water. The girl couldn't move and was about to lose consciousness from lack of air. Yun saw someone reaching out to her. Yan managed to come to his senses much earlier than the girl. The guy mentally apologized to Yun and pressed his lips to hers, passing air. The boy turned around and saw Yun's sword heading towards them. One grabbed the hilt of the sword and hoped that it would be able to pull them out of the water. For some time, the surface of the water in the lake remained calm. However, just a few moments later, two people flew out of the water. The sword pulled Yuan along with him, who held the girl tightly with his other hand. Soon they found themselves on dry land. Yuan leaned the girl against a tree and said that the danger had passed. At that moment, the guy heard something sneaking towards them. Turning around, Yuan saw a pack of wolves that were ready to attack them at any moment. The system sent a notification that the guy had encountered a bloodthirsty wolf of 2-star rarity. Yuan said that he had no choice but to fight, even though they had just escaped death. One of the wolves rushed at the guy. Yuan quickly opened the system tab and activated the fencing skill, paying 500 points for it. The guy immediately grabbed the sword and dealt the wolf a fatal blow. For this, the system awarded Yuan 50 points. The guy was glad that he could get points in this way. Wen rushed into battle and began to kill the wolves one by one. The system sent notifications about the points being credited one after another, but the guy quickly ran out of steam. No matter how many wolves Yuan killed, they still remained. The guy understood that his fighting skills were too low, so this could not continue. At that moment, Yuan noticed something approaching him from behind. A huge bear with a horn on its head stood up on its hind legs and roared. The system sent a message that Yuan had encountered a 4-star demonic bear. The guy realized that this time he was facing a much more dangerous opponent. Yan noticed that the bear was female, so he decided to go all in. The boy looked at the bear and invited her to become friends. However, the monster still rushed at Yuan. When the bear grabbed the guy, he thought the monster's level was too high for his skills. Contrary to his expectations, the monster began to lick the guy. The she-bear saw the wolves creeping up and growled. However, the pack did not retreat, ignoring her warning. The she-bear waved her paw, throwing one of the wolves aside. Soon the monster scared away the entire flock. Alpha looked at the bear, but decided that now was not the best time to contact her. The wolf decided to retreat. Towards nightfall, the bear brought Yuan to her cave. The monster caught a fish, which the boy cleaned and placed by the fire to cook. When the food was ready, Yuan handed the bear one fish and thanked her again for the shelter and food. The monster immediately began to rub against the guy, and then he said that he still had unfinished business. Yuan stood up and walked over to Yun, who was resting in a remote part of the cave. The guy said he couldn't guarantee it would help, but it was worth trying to remove the toxins from her body. Yuan apologized for his actions and began to remove the girl's outerwear. The guy exposed the girl's shoulder, which was pierced by a poisonous needle. Yuan said he would suck out the toxin, then pressed his lips to the wound. Yuan spat out the poison and thought that it was really very strong since he could feel its effect even in his mouth. The guy understood that he couldn't stop, as it could seriously harm the girl. Yan continued sucking out the poison until he could no longer taste it on his tongue. Soon morning came. The sun's rays barely reached the depths of the cave, but they still woke up Yun. The girl opened her eyes and realized that Yuan had wrapped her up. Yun had a poor memory of the events of the last day. The girl looked around and saw her clothes and blood on the ground. Yun immediately thought that Yuan might be taking advantage of her unconscious state for his own personal gain. Just thinking about this made the girl blush deeply. At that moment, Yuan entered the cave, carrying the collected fruits in his hands, and was glad that the girl had come to her senses. However, Yun immediately pounced on the guy with a sword. The girl, with tears in her eyes, accused Yuan of debauchery and promised that she would deal with him and then commit suicide. The guy put his hands in front of him and hastened to say that the girl was wrong in her conclusions. The sword stopped a centimeter from Yuan's neck of its own accord, preventing its owner from harming the boy. The girl listened to her sword, and it told her that the guy had done nothing wrong. At this moment, Yuan began to cough up blood. Yun got scared and asked what happened to the guy. Yuan replied that he wasn't very good at first aid, so he accidentally swallowed some of the poison while sucking it out of the girl's wound. Yun immediately took pity on the boy, not even realizing that he had simply spat out the red berry juice that he had not had time to swallow. The girl remembered that Gao's poisonous needles had also hit the boy, so she decided to ask why he was okay. The guy said that his girlfriend gave him a jade pendant in the shape of a maple leaf, which saved him from being stabbed. Yun said that she was too weak to help get rid of the toxin right now, but she could teach the guy this technique himself. Yuan waved his hand and reminded him that he was not a member of the Yun clan, so he would most likely not succeed. The girl reminded him that the guy had come with her specifically to join their clan so he could handle the technology. Yan bowed to Yun and thanked her for her help, and with the girl's permission, began to address her as a mentor. Initially, the guy planned to cheat on the girl, but everything was going smoothly, so he decided to go with the flow. Meanwhile, Guo reached the lands of the Yunyin clan. The head of the Zongyang clan was horrified by what happened to his best disciple. Gao said that on the way, they met a wanderer who gained the girl's trust and then dragged her with him to the bottom of the lake. The clan leader immediately ordered a group to be sent to the icy lake to find the girl, or at least bring her body. The clan's disciples immediately gathered into a search party. Gao asked to be allowed to take part in the search for Yun. The clan leader said the man had nothing to blame himself for, so he allowed the group to go on the search. Gao bowed, hiding the smirk on his face, and thanked the teacher. At this moment, Kaoseung, the Yunyin clan's Immortality Elixir Development Director, walked in. The man brought Gao a medicine that temporarily increases strength. Gao thanked his father and said that he would definitely find Yun and bring her back no matter what. Meanwhile, the doctor approached the clan leader and asked him not to be too nervous, but the leader reminded him that Yun was his daughter. Kaoseung said that Gao and Yun had been together since childhood and would definitely get married in the future, so nothing bad would happen. The clan leader said that they would only raise this issue if Gao could lead the clan. The teacher reminded Kaoseung that refined pills were not a guarantee of success because he had to rely only on his own strength. The man replied that he understood that already. However, Kaoseung thought that they would soon find out who could actually lead the clan and whose side was strong. Meanwhile, Yuan was fishing in the cold lake to get food. The boy admitted that fishing was quite a difficult task, but if he returned empty-handed, Yun and the bear would laugh at him. This time, the power of charm could not help the guy. The guy looked into the water and soon bubbles began to appear near the float. A moment later, a school of fish jumped out of the water. Yuan was scared at first, but then he came closer and saw that all the fish were enchanted by him. The guy took back his words about not being able to get food by charming. At this moment, Yuan saw sword cultivators flying in the sky and decided that it was a squad from the Yunyin clan. The guy decided that he needed to go back immediately and discuss this with Yun. Meanwhile, the girl remained in the bear's cave. Yun practiced meditation to restore her strength as quickly as possible. The girl was able to successfully get rid of all the poison in her body, but she needed a few more days to restore her skills. At this moment, Yun heard a noise coming from the entrance of the cave. The girl smiled, thinking that Yuan had returned. However, her eyes widened when another person appeared at the entrance. Gao entered the cave and asked if Yuan and Yun's relationship was really progressing so quickly. The girl said that she would definitely inform the mentor that it was Gao who injured her. The man said that he had not wanted Yun to die, but because of her thoughtless actions, he could no longer leave her alive. The girl warned that she shouldn't make her situation worse, as there would be no turning back. Gao said that he had been in love with Yun for many years, but she did not let him near her, and Yuan, whom she had only known for a couple of days, was nearby. The man took the pill his father gave him and told him that she was no longer his rival. Gao's strength increased, and he said that he would cut off the girl's arms and legs and then force her to lick his shoes. Yun couldn't believe that such power could be achieved with just one pill. The energy took on color and enveloped Gao and his sword. Yun was worried that she wouldn't be able to withstand such a force in her current state. Gao looked at the girl and said goodbye to her. At that moment, a large fish flew into the man's face. Gao became angry and began to look around to find the culprit and soon saw Yuan. The guy looked at the man and said that he had arrived just in time. Yun warned Yuan that Gao had come to kill them. The man said that it was even good that they wouldn't have to look for the guy because now he could kill them right away. The system sent a notification with a side mission that required defeating Gao. Yuan approached Yun and borrowed her sword. The guy immediately rushed forward. Yun and Gao crossed their blades. The guy deflected his opponent's sword and delivered a quick blow. The blade only slightly scratched Gao's cheek, but this only made him laugh. The man put strength into his blade and struck. Yuan tried to parry the blow, but his strength was not enough. The blow was so strong that the sword flew out of the guy's hands. Yan flew back, rolling along the ground. The guy got down on his knees and tried to catch his breath. At that moment, Gao walked up to him and grabbed him by the collar. The man promised that he would torture the boy to death and then take Yun away from him. Yuan looked at Gao and said that he was very wrong. The guy made a gesture with his fingers and pressed it against the man's stomach. Yun said that temptation affects all living beings. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the seduction effect finally worked on Gao. Yuan took advantage of the man's confusion and summoned the Yun sword. The blade immediately flew up and placed the handle in the guy's palm. Yuan struck once, cutting off Gao's right arm. The man immediately screamed in pain and grabbed his shoulder. Gao ran towards the exit of the cave and promised that he would still take revenge. However, at the exit, the man encountered something bigger. Gao fell back and looked up to see what had stopped him from passing. The man saw a she-bear who was clearly angry because someone had offended Yuan. Gao was speechless and fell into a stupor. However, this did not help him escape the clutches of the monster. Soon Yuan and Yun returned to the clan. They brought Gao with them and told the clan leader everything that had happened. Yun said that the man fatally wounded her, but thanks to Yuan's efforts, she survived. Cao Xiong bowed his head, unable to believe that his son could actually do such a thing. The clan leader said that by law they should have executed Gao, but considering Cao Xiong's status, it was decided to spare the man. Cao Xiong thanked the leader for his generosity and promised to keep a close eye on his son in the future. The man picked up his son and said that they would leave first. The clan leader approached Yuan and promised to reward him generously for saving the girl. The boy bowed and said that he had not come to receive a reward, but to learn from the Yunyan clan. The leader replied that he would gladly accept Yuan as his disciple, but the elders had introduced tests that could not be missed. Yun asked why her father couldn't make an exception, given the whole situation. Yuan stopped the girl and said that he respected the clan's rules and was therefore willing to undergo the trials to become their disciple. The head of the clan liked the guy's attitude and praised his daughter for bringing such a good man into the house. Yun walked towards the exit and asked Yuan to follow her so she could show the clan. The girl gave the boy a tour of the clan's lands and brought him to a bridge leading to a small area where a tree grew. Yuan was delighted by the scenery. The girl said that this was Yunyan's heart and not everyone could enter here, so you should hurry up and undress. The guy looked at Yun in shock and said that it was too early for that. The girl blushed and said that she brought the guy here so that he could practice the technique of melting the snow of 6 suns. Soon, Yuan took off his outer clothing and began to meditate next to the tree. Yun said that in the first stage of the technique, the body is heated, and in the second stage, the body is in a very cold place, where it needs to be cultivated. The girl also took off her outer clothing and said that she would help the guy reach the 3rd level, because without him, everything would be in vain. Yun placed her palms on the guy's back, and he felt energy begin to fill him. The girl felt that Yuan had successfully broken through the 2nd level. After some time, the energy around the guy began to change rapidly. Yun noted that her body temperature continued to rise, and veins began to appear on her body. All of these were signs that the guy was about to break through the 3rd level. However, Yuan soon began coughing up blood. The guy fell to the ground and said that he was very hot. The girl understood that nothing dangerous would happen to Yuan, but she could not bear to see him suffer from pain. Looking at the guy, one thought appeared in the girl's head. However, she immediately brushed it aside, believing that decent people should not do that. Yan continued to suffer from the overwhelming heat in his body. Soon the girl couldn't take it anymore and decided to help the guy in any way she could. An hour later, Yuan felt better. The guy opened his eyes, trying to remember what happened. Wan looked around and immediately noticed the girl sitting next to him. Noticing that the guy had woken up, Yun asked how he was feeling. The girl said that the guy was on the edge, so she had to help him. Yuan didn't quite understand what was going on, but he still thanked Yun for her help. The guy noticed that the girl had blushed deeply and asked why she was acting strangely, to which she replied that she was simply tired. Yuan himself didn't expect that he would be able to reach the 4th level in one fell swoop. The guy heard a scream and turned around. Yan saw someone rapidly approaching them. The guy immediately pushed Yun aside and prepared for battle. Yuan extended his hand in front of him, colliding with his opponent's palm. A small explosion occurred, causing both opponents to fly off to the side. Judging by the force of the blow, the guy assumed that the enemy did not have such great abilities. However, after a few moments, Yuan noticed his hand beginning to become covered in a thick crust of ice. Soon the ice completely encased his entire body, rendering the boy motionless. Yun immediately realized that this was the ice demonic palm technique. The girl saw that the attacker was now moving towards her. Because Yun had spent all her energy helping Yuan, she was now having a hard time. The girl tried to block the opponent's blow, but he was quicker and pushed Yun aside. From the enemy's movements, Yun realized that he was a disciple of their clan, so the girl asked why they were attacked. Meanwhile, Yuan was trying his best to regain his mobility. The ice began to crack due to the boy's increased body temperature and soon began to split. Yuan was able to successfully escape from the ice captivity, saying that he should not be underestimated. The guy said he was too lazy to care about the motives and history of the NPC. Yuan said that this is an opponent that simply needs to be stepped over. The guy struck his opponent, tearing his clothes, which made it clear that the attacker was a girl. Yen saw the clear outline of a woman's breasts. The guy wondered if he knew this character in the game. Taking advantage of Yuan's hesitation, the girl ran away. The guy wanted to run after her, but Yun stopped him. The girl said that there are several types of damage from the ice demonic hand technique. Yuan asked to see where the blow had landed so that he could help Yun recover. The girl pointed to her chest and said that she was hit here. Yan apologized for his subsequent actions, but in this situation, they should have forgotten about gender differences. When Yun gave her consent, the guy placed his hands on her chest. The girl immediately blushed, saying that it was very sudden. Soon Yun couldn't stand it anymore and asked why the guy's hands were constantly moving. Yen said he believed friction should speed up regeneration and spread heat throughout the body. The girl thought that although she was very ashamed, she was still filled with warmth and comfort. An hour later, Yuan released Yun and said that the cold had finally left her body. The girl said that the chills went away after half an hour, but they still needed to continue the manipulations for some time. Yan justified his actions by saying that he needed to finally get rid of the cold in the girl's body. Yun immediately realized that the guy was lying, so she said that this time she would not thank him for saving her. Yun suggested repeating this exercise tomorrow to prevent the spread of the cold. Seeing the girl's look, the guy immediately apologized for the unsuccessful joke. Yun decided to change the subject and said that the attacker was clearly a disciple of their clan, but she was unable to find out who exactly it was. The guy said that he had stabbed the girl in the chest area so they could identify her. Meanwhile, the girl who attacked Yuan and Yun ran far enough and fell to her knees. She said that she had almost completed her task, but her plans were disrupted by Yuan. At that moment, someone approached the girl and said that such a chance really doesn't come along very often. Cao Seung said that he and the girl had a common enemy, so they should help each other. The man handed over the potion and said that it would help get rid of wounds and scars. The girl thought it was a good opportunity, so she accepted the medicine and Cao Seung's offer. A few days later, all those who wanted to become disciples of the spellcasters gathered at the main building of the clan. Yuan was among them and said that the Union clan was truly great since so many people had arrived. Yun said that the guy must show his best side because if he makes a mistake, there will be no mercy. At this moment, a disciple of the Ningxuang clan approached them and asked Yun if this was the guy they were talking about a lot. Yun blushed and said that she didn't talk about Yuan that often. Ningxuang greeted the guy and said that she really wanted to meet him. Yuan said that the girl was very beautiful, but Yun grabbed his cheek. The girl warned the guy not to try to flirt with her older sister. Meanwhile, Yuan began receiving notifications that his seduction had worked on the other girls gathered at the site. However, the male half of the participants did not share this delight since all the most beautiful girls had already fallen in love with Yuan. After a while, the head of the Yunyin clan came out and greeted all the disciple candidates. The man said that in the first stage, the candidates had to collect 10 Yunyin flowers growing on the top of the mountain within 3 hours. The participants immediately decided that the tests would be very simple, since the first task was not so difficult to complete. However, the clan leader warned that various dangers could await the contenders ahead, so they should carefully consider their strength. The man announced the start of the first stage of testing. All the participants immediately ran towards the mountain, pushing each other. Soon, Yuan was left on the court completely alone. Yun walked up to the guy and told him that he should hurry up, as Yunyan grass was very difficult to find. The guy replied that there was nothing to worry about, as he was waiting for the projectile to fly a little further. Yun didn't understand what was being discussed. Meanwhile, the rest of the competition participants had already reached the forest on the mountain and were wandering around in search of the required plant. Two girls, who were potential apprentices, wandered through the forest together, but during the entire time, they found only 3 flowers. Suddenly, the girls stopped, noticing something incredibly beautiful ahead. They went to the hot springs where Yuan was at the moment. Seeing the guy, the girls decided that he was a water spirit. Yan turned to them and said that fate itself had brought them together, so he invited them to take a bath. One of the girls said that it was inappropriate to suggest such a thing on the first date. The second girl supported her, saying that they would not join so quickly. However, she had already undressed and said that the guy begged her to join, so she could not refuse. The first girl immediately followed her example and also undressed. The girls clung to Yuan from both sides and said that they would be very happy to become classmates with the guy so that they could see him every day. The guy sighed and said that his strength was not yet sufficient since he still had not been able to obtain the necessary herbs. The girls immediately perked up and promised that they would help Yuan find everything he needed. The guy asked if it was really possible to do this. The girls got dressed and said that it was not difficult for them to do this in order to spend more time with the guy. Yen watched them go and said that it was very nice to be a gigolo because the girls did everything for him. A female voice was heard behind the guy. The girl entered the spring and asked what she needed to do to spend the night with the guy. Yan said that it was rare to have the opportunity to spend time with such a beautiful girl. The guy pulled the liana and said that he understood perfectly well that the girl was a flower evil spirit. The girl's skin gradually began to turn green. Yan said that the girl only wanted to suck all the life force out of him. The girl assumed her true form and asked why the guy didn't just accept it, since she really didn't want to be rude. The creature pointed its finger at the guy and used the binding technique. Vines immediately burst out from under the water surrounding Yuan. The plant tied the guy tightly, leaving no room for him to move. The girl came close and said that she would not kill him, but would only absorb his life energy. Yun said they would still have to see who would absorb whom. The guy immediately used the technique he had learned with Yun. The creature felt intense heat emanating from the boy's body and recoiled. The girl cringed and asked to take into account that she had not harmed the guy. Yan came closer and said that she still couldn't escape punishment for sucking energy from other people. The girl blushed and said that it was too cruel. From his interactions with the evil spirits, Yuan gained experience in boundless magic. After a while, the guy got dressed and said that the girl had good skills, so from now on, she needed to get on the right path. The evil spirit thanked Yuan and asked him not to forget about her. Meanwhile, the girls who went to buy flowers for the guy faced danger. The tree demon stood in their way, guarding the grass. The girls decided that this was exactly the danger the clan leader had told them about. The demon tied the girls with roots and was about to kill one of them. At that moment, Yuan appeared and cut the tree root with his sword. The monster roared and stepped back. Yuan apologized for his actions, but said he would not allow anyone to harm his future sisters. The tree demon already had several girls in its captivity. They supported the guy, and he said that the girls had nothing to worry about. Yuan was distracted, but still managed to notice how the tree directed its roots towards him. The boy struck with his sword, cutting the roots into pieces. However, one small root bounced off into his face, scratching his cheek slightly. Yen realized that he needed to be more careful. The girls saw that the tree demon had scratched the guy's face. They were so angry that they tore apart the roots that had entangled them. The girls were no longer going to be mere observers. Even the tree demon was frightened by such pressure. The girls immediately rushed at the monster, causing Yuan to freeze in place. At that moment, the boy noticed the Yunyan herb and decided that since he didn't have to fight, he would start collecting the plant. A few minutes later, the tree demon was dealt with. The girls dealt with the monster for daring to injure Yuan. Remembering the guy, the girls started looking around but couldn't find him. Yuan was picking flowers and wandered too far. The guy decided that everything was not as simple as he expected, but at that moment he had another problem. Yuan managed to jump aside just as the stranger was about to strike from behind. The guy saw the enemy and asked if the participants had really decided to ambush him instead of collecting plants. The candidate for apprentice said that there were too few plants, so they decided that it would be more profitable to take them from other participants. Yuan quickly counted the number of applicants and asked if each of them had at least one flower. The test participants did not understand why the guy was asking such a question. However, there was no need to guess for long. Soon the entire group was beaten and they themselves gave all the collected flowers to Yuan. The guy thanked them for their generosity. 3 hours after the start of the first stage, there were already significantly fewer people in the square next to the clan's main building. The clan leader praised everyone for their work and said that the winner of the first stage could immediately become a clan disciple. Yuan turned to the girls who were helping him and said that they shouldn't be discouraged and that next time everything would definitely work out. Yuan was about to approach the guy to praise him for his work. However, other students got ahead of her and immediately suggested that the guy move into the women's dorm and train together. Yun decided it would be best to leave Yuan in their care. After some time, the girl came to the heart of the clan and thought about whether the guy was really that popular. The girl didn't understand why she felt heaviness in her heart, because on the contrary, she should be glad that Yuan was able to become a disciple of the clan. It was snowing outside, but at some point, Yun stopped feeling it. Yan approached the girl and covered her from the snow with an umbrella. Yun asked why the boy was here now, when he could be enjoying the attention of the other students and teachers. Yan replied that he would like to share the joy with the girl, since it was she who taught him everything. At that moment, Yun remembered that today was the monthly purification night, where the clan's followers cleansed their bodies. The girl said that the man who attacked them would definitely be there, which meant she would be able to find him by the scars. Wen reminded that Yoon's first priority should be her own safety. As the girl said, soon all the clan students gathered at the hot springs. The girls were having a lively conversation about how they missed Yuan here. Yun was preoccupied with searching for the man who had attacked them, but she did not see the characteristic scar on any of the girls. Meanwhile, Yuan was resting in his room. The guy tried to understand why Yun had been acting so strange lately. At this moment, Yuan heard a popping sound coming from his stomach area. Fog began to fill the room. Soon the boy saw a system fairy who invited Yuan to take a walk to Yun. However, the guy was so shocked by the fairy's sudden appearance that he didn't even understand her question. The girl said that as an observer, she can appear anywhere she wishes. Returning to the fairy's question, Yuan said that Yun was currently in the women's bathhouse, which meant he wouldn't be able to get in. The girl replied that the solution was very simple and that the guy just needed to transform into a girl. Yuan thought that they wouldn't be able to disguise him that well, so he decided not to take the risk. However, the fairy insisted on the transformation, saying that there was definitely something useful to be found in the system store. Yuan immediately opened the system store window and confirmed that the girl was right. The guy found an illusion charm that helped him change his appearance, and with a high charm level, the chances of being noticed were low. Yuan asked why the fairy decided to help him. The girl said that this was just a game hint, and besides, she would be very interested to watch it. Yen thought about her offer and found no reason to refuse. The guy bought an attribute in the system store and began the transformation. Yuan's body transformed into a woman's and acquired a familiar silhouette. The guy's eyes turned blue. Just a few moments later, the same thing appeared in front of the system fairy, but in a larger size. The girl asked why the guy decided to turn into her. Yuan replied that he had a ready-made template in front of him, so he decided not to experiment. However, the guy still brought something of his own by making his breasts larger. The fairy was unhappy that Yuan was so picky about her body. Meanwhile, Yun was still trying to find the girl with the scar on her chest in the bathhouse, but to no avail. Someone touched the girl's shoulder and called her name. Yun turned around and saw an unfamiliar girl who offered her help. Realizing that Yun did not recognize him in this form, Yuan whispered to the girl that it was him. The girl looked at the guy, not understanding why he was now in female form. Yuan said it was just a cover. Yun covered herself and reminded the guy that he was not allowed into the baths, to which he replied that he had come to help. Ningxuang distracted them from their conversation. The girl said that she had never seen Yun's friend in the clan before. Yun was about to tell her sister who this girl really was. Yuan jumped up and immediately introduced himself as the clan's new disciple, named Yuan Yuan. Ningxuang asked how the girl knew her if they had never met. Yen said that the Yunyan clan sisters are very famous, so there is no one who does not know about them. Ningxuang noted that the girl was charming and said that she would not bother them anymore. Yun asked why Yuan had deceived her sister, and then the boy asked if the girl had checked Ningxuang for scars. Yun answered negatively, but said that her sister definitely had nothing to do with the assassination attempt on them. Yun said that there were many girls here, but only Ningxuang approached them and spoke. Yun asked how the guy would proceed then. Yin smiled and said that the girl could rely on him. A few moments later, the guy jumped out of the water and shouted that there was a water snake in the hot spring. All the students immediately became frightened and hurried out of the water. In the water, the girls saw a shadow floating towards Ningxuang. The shadow disappeared, and then Yuan rushed to the girl, saying that the snake could have gotten under the towel. The guy said he could help, and then tore the towel off Ningxuang. The girl's breasts were exposed, and Yuan was able to take a good look at them. Contrary to the guy's expectations, the girl's breasts were without a single scar or scratch, which refuted his suspicions. Ningxuang screamed that she was afraid of snakes and pressed Yuan's head to her chest. Yen felt his transformation begin to spiral out of control. The system sent a notification that the transformation would dissipate if the person using it became agitated. Wen immediately imagined what awaited him if the transformation dissipated now. Ningxuang saw something underwater and said she found a snake. The girl suddenly lowered her hand into the water and grabbed the snake. Yuan's eyes widened as he felt what the girl had grabbed him by. Ningxuang touched what she called a snake and assumed it was dead because it felt hard. The girl looked up and saw Yuan in front of her, who had returned to his male form. The other students began to slowly approach, asking if Ningxuang had caught the snake. The girl immediately hugged Yuan to hide him from the students and said that the snake had escaped and was still in the water. Ningxuang ordered the girls to leave, promising that she would catch the snake herself. When only Ningxuang, Yuan, and Yun remained at the springs, the elder demanded that the boy tell her everything. Yuan looked away and promised that he would tell her everything after the girl got dressed. After some time, everyone left the spring, and the guy and the girls went to one of the farthest gazebos. Yuan said that they were trying to find the killer who attacked them through the sources. The guy said that the attacker had a wound on her chest, so they needed to check all the girls, including Ningxuang. The girl pulled back the collar of her clothes and said that Yuan could verify her innocence right now. The guy grinned and said that if Ningxuang didn't mind, he could conduct an inspection. Yun couldn't stand Yuan's antics and slapped him in the face. Ningxuang laughed and said that the boy and the girl had a very good relationship. Yuan and Yun immediately cried out, denying the girl's words. Ningxuang said that she would not distract them from the investigation, as the attack was an extremely serious matter that needed to be dealt with. Yun thanked the girl for helping them and said goodbye. Yen didn't say anything, watching Ningxuang leave. After some time, Ningxuang came to the infirmary. The girl told Kaosheng that Yuan and Yun had begun to suspect her, so it would not be possible to hide for long. The man replied that there was nothing to worry about, as he had been preparing a new pill for several days that would make him the strongest. Ningxuang said that such a pill would be equivalent to a divine pill, which was forbidden in their clan. Kaosheng replied that there was nothing to worry about, as the girl only needed to detain Yuan and Yun for a little while longer. The man said that he would definitely avenge his son. Meanwhile, Yuan's training in the clan began. Every day the boy mastered the technique of the scorching sun better and better. This time, with one blow of his palm, Yuan was able to crush the huge ice cube. The impact was so hot that the ice immediately melted and turned into steam. The clan leader praised the boy for being able to raise his snow-melting technique to level 5 in such a short time. Yuan thanked the teacher for teaching him, although in fact he achieved such results thanks to the system points. The clan leader explained that the final level could only be unlocked by a man and a woman practicing together. Yuan asked what the pair cultivation method was. The clan leader explained that this method would destroy a girl's virginity, so few would dare to cultivate together. However, all the students immediately jumped up from their seats, expressing a desire to practice with Yuan. The head of the clan did not understand how this could have happened. The man left, saying that Yuan should deal with this himself, since he does not understand modern youth at all. The boy turned to Yun and asked if she wanted to cultivate with him. The girl blushed and asked how she could even do something like that. Yun smiled and said that since Yun didn't want to help him, then he would find another way to achieve his goal. The girl asked what he was going to do, and then the guy said that after Yun would find out everything herself. After some time, Yuan posted an announcement about the opening of selection for joint cultivation. One of the girls came to the guy and asked him to be more gentle with her. However, Yuan said this would not work because his testing method was too crude. The girl was not frightened by this, and she closed the door behind her. The other students crowded around the door and eavesdropped, blushing more and more with each passing minute. The girls imagined what was happening behind closed doors and hoped that the guy would still have the strength for them. The creaking of wood was heard at the entrance to the living room. Yun peeked around the corner and wondered what Yuan was doing behind the closed door. After a while, the door opened and the guy's voice was heard, apologizing and saying that they were not right for each other. The half-naked girl staggered out of the room and said it didn't matter. Yuan looked out of the room and said that the next girl should hurry up because they didn't have much time. Several girls immediately rushed towards the guy, starting to fight for the opportunity to be the first to enter the room. After an hour, Yoon boldly walked into the living room and couldn't believe her eyes. All the girls were lying on the floor and were completely exhausted. Yoon burst into Yuan's room and asked what he had done to all the female students. The guy sat on the bed and smiled, saying that he had been waiting for the girl for a long time. Yoon blushed and asked if Yuan really knew she was coming. The guy said that Yoon was the best suited for joint cultivation, so he knew that she needed to prepare. The girl looked away and asked what Yuan had done to all the other students. The guy came closer to Yoon and offered to show her how it works. After a while, the girl settled down on the bed. Yoon tossed and turned on the bed, unable to find a place for herself. Yen sat at the foot of the bed and massaged her foot. The girl couldn't even imagine that a foot massage would have such an effect. Yoon covered her face with her hands and said that after this, she would definitely not get married. Yuan smiled and said that only Yoon had passed this test, so now they could move on to the second round. The girl asked to give her a break, but the guy replied that time was precious now, so they had to hurry. Ning Shuang eavesdropped on them from the open window of a nearby building. The girl immediately went to the infirmary to inform Kaohsiung about what was happening. The man couldn't believe that Yoon had begun to cultivate together with Yuan. Ning Shuang said that if things continued like this, their plan might fail. The man agreed with the girl and said that they needed to come up with something to deal with them. Kaohsiung handed Ning Shuang a bottle and told her to add this medicine to the boy and girl to slow down their development. The girl asked why they couldn't just poison them, and then the man replied that it would be too painless a death. Kaohsiung said that he really wanted Yuan to see Yoon marry his son. Ning Shuang nodded her head and agreed with the man's plan. Over the next few days, Yuan and Yoon trained together without leaving their room. At some point, the girl suggested taking a break, assuming that the guy should have already reached level 6. Yoon opened her eyes and said that the guy's appearance had changed. Yuan touched his hair, realizing that it had turned white. The girl looked away, saying that her father had warned her that the appearance of the person who opened the 6th level changes. Yuan smirked and asked Yoon if he liked the way he looked now. The girl blushed and said that she didn't remember ever confessing her love to a guy. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Ning Shuang's voice came from behind it. Yoon immediately became alarmed, saying that they urgently needed to get dressed. Yuan looked at the door doubtfully and asked why Ning Shuang had come to them in the first place. Yoon quickly got dressed and opened the door, asking why the girl had come. Ning Shuang handed the girl a tray with a pot and said that she brought them chicken soup. The girl walked into the room and placed a tray on the table, saying that she had prepared soup so that they could replenish their strength. Ning Shuang immediately noticed that Yuan's hair had turned white. Meanwhile, Yoon came to the table and sniffed the soup, saying that it smelled very delicious. Ning Shuang advised them to start eating quickly as the soup was made from black chicken. However, Yuan told Yoon that they could not eat this soup, citing that it might be poisoned. Ning Shuang pretended to be very upset by these words, asking if the guy really hated her that much. Yuan said that the girl played very well, but he had already guessed that Ning Shuang was behind the attack on them. The girl reminded him that there was no wound on her chest, and the guy had seen this for himself at the hot springs. Yun said that she and Ning Shuang had been together since childhood, so the girl would never attack her. Yan replied that he had indeed seen that the girl had no wound, but her own words had given her away. The guy recalled that on that day he only said that an attack had taken place, but he did not say where it happened. Ning Shuang remembered that when she left the gazebo, she herself unknowingly mentioned several aspects of the attack that she could not have known about. The girl decided to play to the end and said that this was not sufficient grounds for accusing her. Yuan said that since her accusations were groundless, Ningxuang would be able to share the meal with them without any problem. The girl thought about drinking the poisoned soup because it would only take away her strength and then she would be able to deceive them. Ningxuang said she agreed to share the meal. The girl drank the bowl of soup in one gulp. Ningxuang wiped her lips and asked if Yuan believed her now. The guy wondered if he had miscalculated somewhere, or if this was the girl's plan and she had already prepared an antidote for herself. Meanwhile, Yun followed Ningxuang's example and also began to eat, thanking the girl for the treat. Seeing this, Yuan panicked and asked why the girl was acting so rashly. Yun reminded that Ningxuang had proven her good intentions by drinking a serving of soup. However, after just a few moments, Yun felt her strength begin to leave her and her head begin to spin. Ningxuang could no longer hide her symptoms and dropped the plate from her hands, breaking it. The girl felt her body burning and began to realize that Kaohsiung had lied to her about the drug's effect. Meanwhile, Kaohsiung was in the infirmary and thought that his drug should have already taken effect. This remedy caused a man to burn within a few minutes, and a woman to burn everything until she got what she wanted. Kaohsiung wanted to do everything possible to ensure that his son could obtain Yun. The man believed that the girl should pay for rejecting his son. The Kaohsiung divine pill was almost ready, but he needed a guide in the form of the heart of his loved one. The man stood with his back to his son and said that he had become too stupid and useless, so he had to get rid of him. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through Kaohsiung's back. The man immediately realized that it was a poisonous needle, but he did not understand how his son could do this. Gao looked at his father and said that all this time he had been pretending to be crazy on purpose in order to learn more about the pill. Kaohsiung began to crawl back, saying that the guy would not be able to cope with Yuan, but he was confident in the power of the pill he had created. Gao said that he understood perfectly well what his father was going to do to him, so now he will not feel guilty towards him. The boy killed his father to complete the creation of the divine pill. Meanwhile, Yuan was trying to figure out what to do with Yun and Ningxuang, who had drunk the poisoned soup. The girls huddled close to each other, unable to cope with the heat. Yuan watched them with red cheeks, unable to understand who could be acting behind the scenes if Gao had become disabled. At that moment, the girls couldn't resist and approached the guy, pressing against him from both sides. Yun reminded that the cultivation was not yet complete, so they had to continue. Ningxuan said that she was to blame for what was happening, but she was ready to do whatever the guy ordered her to do. Yuan replied that it was not fair for two to attack one and suggested that they split up. The guy tried to resist, but the girls quickly dragged him onto the bed. Yun said she couldn't wait any longer, and Ningxuang said that saving people and helping them in difficult situations was very important. Soon the system sent a notification that the boy had received the mesmerizing mirage skill. After a few hours, Yun felt that the poison had been completely eliminated. Ningxuang sat down next to Yuan and said that he had had a hard time. The guy was completely exhausted and said he felt like he was going to die soon. Ningxuang said she didn't expect the guy to agree to help her after everything she had done. Yuan sat down and said that the only one he needed to thank now was Yun. Ningxuang apologized to the girl, saying that Kaohsiung had lured her to his side by taking advantage of her jealousy of Yun. Yun said that since childhood she had treated the girl like a sister, so she would be able to forgive her and take her back. Ningxuang stretched out her hands to Yuan and said that he could bully her as punishment for days on end. Yun got angry and said that it didn't look like a punishment at all. Ningxuang retreated and told them that Kaohsiung was preparing a divine pill that could cause great disaster. Yuan said that it didn't sound very good, so he asked for more details about the remedy. Ningxuang said that the divine pill is a means that helps to greatly increase one's strength, but a person loses control. Wan told the girl to stay in the room and rest while he went to the Gao family and settled the score with them. Yun asked the boy to take with him the blade, a relic of the Yunyin clan, which would help him in battle. Taking the blade in his hands, Yuan saw his skills through the system, after which he thanked the girl. The system reported that the sword provides the ability to increase the power of fire skills by 30%. Ningxuang said that the blade was always passed on to future husbands, so she assumed that Yun was getting married. The girl immediately became embarrassed and turned away, saying that she was only lending it for a while and that Yuan should return it later. At that moment, the guy felt a powerful spirit approaching them. A moment later, the roof above their heads began to collapse. Yen managed to set up a barrier in time to protect himself and the girls. Thanks to this, everyone remained unharmed, despite the fact that the building was completely destroyed. Yuan looked at the man who had arranged all this and couldn't believe his eyes. Based on Ning Shuang's words, the boy expected to see Cao Xiong, but it was his son. Ka said that he looked everywhere for Yuan and Yun. Yun remembered that the boy's arm had been cut off, so he wouldn't be able to fight, but now he was completely healthy. Cao said that his father refined the divine pill, but he had to be sacrificed. Wen said that evil deeds only lead to self-destruction, but he agreed to help Gao go to his father in the afterlife. The guy jumped up and attacked Gao. Yen drew his sword and struck his opponent. Ka easily stopped the blade and reminded him that his strength was now beyond imagination. The guy said that now it was impossible to hurt him with an ordinary blade. Yuan grinned and said that this was the Snow Slayer blade, which contained the power of flame. The boy pulled back his sword, causing a flame to immediately burst into flames. Gao jumped to the side and looked at his hand, which was scorched by the blade's flame. Yin said it was a shame to see the newly grown arm turn into a roasted pork leg. However, after a few moments, the burn went away, and Gao said that it was impossible to kill him, since he was immortal. At this moment, several flying blades pierced Gao's body. Ning Shuang and several students came to Yuan's aid. Gao looked at the girls and said that trash will always remain trash, no matter how much there is. Yuan ordered the girls to leave immediately, as they would not be able to resist Gao now. Ning Shuang refused to leave, saying that this was the only way she could atone for everything that had happened. The girls ordered the sisters to take their places in the formation. It was clear that Gao was starting to get nervous about what the students were about to do. Soon, a demonic rain of blades hung over the boy. In an instant, all the swords flew towards Gao. They pierced the boy's body, and for a while there was silence. The students were delighted that they had managed to neutralize Gao. However, the guy's lips stretched into a predatory smile. Gao said that his immortal body was more resilient than he could have imagined, so he was confident that nothing could harm him. The guy spread his arms, releasing a stream of energy from himself, thereby causing the swords to jump out of his body. The blades immediately rushed towards their owners, wounding several girls. Ning Shuang turned to the students with concern. At that moment, Gao approached her and grabbed the girl by the neck. The boy promised that he would make Ning Shuang an elder when he became the head of the clan, but only if she obeyed him. The girl replied that she would rather be Yuan's concubine for the rest of her days than be an elder under Gao's leadership. The guy said that in that case he had no choice but to kill Ning Shuang and then kill everyone else. Yuan arrived in time and struck Gao's arm, forcing him to let go of the girl. Yun picked up Ning Shuang and promised the boy that she would look after her. Gao restored his arm and said that in that case he would have to destroy Yuan first to teach everyone a lesson. Yan chuckled and said that girls don't like him because he's better at fighting. The guy struck with a sword and said it was all about attractiveness. The sword strike landed on Gao's chest. The guy chuckled and reminded him that no simple attacks would work on him. Yen asked if Gao was really so sure about this. Only now did the guy notice that the wound not only wasn't healing, but was actually getting bigger with every passing moment. Yuan said that thanks to his blade, the blood begins to boil inside the body and does not allow wounds to heal. The guy quickly approached Gao and struck with cloud fencing techniques. Gao was covered in wounds that did not have time to heal due to the boiling blood. Flames began to burst out of his body, burning him from the inside. Gao's body, engulfed in flames, rushed towards the ground. Yen landed a few meters away from the boy and said that many unkind deeds inevitably lead to self-destruction. The guy said that the fire of karma would burn Gao to ashes, and this would serve as his punishment. Yun immediately rushed to Yuan, asking if he was okay. The guy turned to the girl and gave her a thumbs up, showing that he was doing well. At that moment, Yun saw movement behind the guy and hurried to warn him. Yuan flinched as he felt the flames begin to approach him. Cao said that his body began to accept the flames, and now they became one. Yuan immediately rushed to the attack, saying that it was impossible. However, Gao put his hand forward, sending a stream of energy towards the guy. A huge fire palm immediately pushed Yuan back. The guy flew several meters, hitting the ground. Yun and Ning Shuang immediately approached the boy, asking if he was okay. Gao asked why Yun continued to protect a guy who was no better than a stray dog. At this moment, Yuan came to his senses and said that he now understood how to defeat Gao. The guy stood in front of Gao and used the skill-enchanting mirage. At first, the enemy was confident that such techniques would not work on him. However, a moment later his eyes opened. Cao saw Yun hovering over Yuan on the bed. Then the boy saw that Ningxuang was hugging Yuan. This mirage angered Gao, and he said that Yun had always belonged to him, so the guy had no right to touch her. In the mirage, Yun turned to Gao and told Yuan that this guy was constantly hitting on her and was already annoying. The guy lost his temper even more and shouted at the girl to shut up. Yun asked Yuan to ignore Gao and suggested they have some fun. The guy looked at Gao and told him to watch carefully, because it's not every day that you get the chance to see something like this. Gao immediately covered his eyes with his hands and said that he didn't want to see it. The guy decided that if he didn't have eyes, he wouldn't be able to see anything. However, even this did not help him, as Yuan's technique drew obscene images in his head. Yuan said that even if a person loses his 5 senses, he will still feel them. Yun didn't understand why Gao started acting so strangely and stopped healing his wounds. Yuan said that the boy does not want to restore his sight because he is afraid of seeing the illusion in reality. Yun asked what Gao had seen, but the boy did not want to answer. At this moment, Gao spoke up, asking the girl not to do such indecent things. Yun immediately guessed what kind of illusion had been cast on the guy and decided that Yuan should be punished for it. Gao was soon placed in prison and spent 3 days there. The boy still refused to restore his vision, fearing that the illusion would come true. The clan leader came to Gao and said that for his crime, he would be imprisoned. The man said that in the future, the title of head would pass to Yuan and he would have to take care of his daughter. Yun blushed and said that there was no need to take care of her. Yuan thanked the leader for the opportunity, but declined the title, citing that he needed to leave the place tomorrow. Yun was upset by this news and asked why the guy made such a decision. Yen apologized for his early departure and cited the fact that he still had unfinished business. Yun turned away and said that the guy didn't need to apologize because he had the right to do whatever he wanted. The guy said that in that case, he needed to go back to the room to collect his things and then say goodbye to everyone. The clan leader reminded Yuan that he could always return, as he would forever remain their disciple. However, the man was upset by the boy's refusal of the title and, as a final measure, decided to beat him up. By evening, Yuan was able to return to his room, where he was going to spend his last night in the clan. Yun walked near his door for a while, wondering whether she should go in and say goodbye. Having made up her mind, the girl approached the door and heard Yuan and Ningxuang talking in the room. From the conversation, Yun felt like the guy and girl were engaging in indecent behavior. The girl blushed and burst into the room, demanding that it stop immediately. Yuan and Ningxuang, who were packing the boy's things, immediately turned their gazes to her. After a while, they explained to Yun that they were just trying to fit as many things as possible into Yuan's travel bag. Ningxuang laughed at the girl and said that she couldn't even imagine that Yun thought of them like that. The girl looked away and said that it happened because they were expressing themselves strangely. Yen distracted the girls from their argument and said that he would make a toast in honor of the fact that he was leaving the clan tomorrow. Ningxuang leaned her hand on the table and said that the wine had gone to the guy's head. Yuan admitted that only after the girl's words did he feel dizzy. Ningxuang admitted that she found some acacia remains in the lab and decided to add them to her boyfriend's wine. The girl approached Yun and said that the moment of the night of love was very short, so they should make the most of it. Ningxuang said that they still had unfinished business, so they needed to hurry. The girl said that if Yuan remembered Yun well, he would definitely return to the clan. Yun was shy and said she didn't want it, but her actions contradicted her words. Soon the system sent a notification that the experience of unlimited magic had been doubled. Yen spent that night in the company of 2 girls. The system notified the guy that he had unlocked the 5-star character card of Yun. Next, Yuan unlocked the 4-star Ningxuang card. Morning came, but Yuan had already left his room. Ningxuang woke up first and looked around. The girl quickly realized that the guy had already left. Yun stood up after him and was saddened by Yuan's departure. Ningxuang asked the girl not to be sad because one day fate would bring them together again. Yuan watched the events unfold through the system screen, standing next to the fairy. The system fairy asked the guy if he was really so sad to break up with his girlfriends. Yen turned away and said that he was a strategist, so he was not interested in girls and no one could win his heart. The fairy said that the guy got a lot of points for completing the dungeon, so now is the time to check out the new features. The girl said that with the help of the glasses he received, the guy could turn the divine space into his own paradise. Yan pointed his fingers at the fairy and said that he was not going to waste precious points on such a useless matter. The girl said that in this space you can create things and improve your skills, but you can also diversify the space there. Yan opened the system window and said that the fairy just wanted to force him to spend all the points he had earned. In the system store, the guy saw that all actions in his personal space were quite cheap. Yuan decided to follow the fairy's advice and purchased a level 1 forge, installing it in his personal space. The guy then bought an alchemy workshop that could produce medicine. Yen spread his arms wide and asked the system fairy what she thought about his purchases and upgrades. The fairy flew up and kissed the guy on the cheek, saying that now it wouldn't be so boring. Yuan said that all the buildings would not work on their own, and then asked the girl what could be done about it. The fairy smiled and said that she could sort everything out. A few moments later, glowing little men appeared in front of Yuan, who would work in the divine space. The guy watched the little men go by and asked when his next task would begin. The system fairy said that the task can be launched at any time. Yan thought about whether he could stay in the divine space and level up his skills without quests, but the fairy forbade it. The girl said that in all other spaces time will go on as usual, so problems may arise. The boy tried to find ways around the system, but the fairy constantly rejected his ideas, saying that he had to act according to the rules. Yan sighed and said that he needed to rest and that in a few days he would go to the dungeon. The guy looked at the character cards in his hands and thought that he wished the girls were here. Yan turned the cards over, thinking about how he could use them. The guy pressed the back of the card, trying to figure out what he could get in the end. After a few moments, the cards began to glow, blinding Yuan. For a while, everything fell silent. Right in front of Yuan stood Yun, Ningxuang, and Lingsheng. Lingsheng looked around and asked the guy what was going on. Yun immediately approached Yuan and demanded that he explain why there was a half-naked girl among them. Ningxuang smiled and said that the situation was getting tense. After some time, the guy was able to calm the girls down and sit them down at the negotiating table. Lingsheng was embarrassed, Ningxuang was smiling, and Yun was very angry. The fairy flew up to Yuan and said that if he used the character card, he could be summoned to the divine space. The guy said he should have told her about it beforehand because now he looks stupid. Yun still demanded an explanation from Yuan. The guy quickly went through ideas in his head and soon came up with a story for himself. Yuan said that his true identity was that of a celestial being. The guy said that he had broken the heavenly laws, so he was punished with 100 love disasters. Yun grabbed Yuan and asked if that was why he was so kind to everyone. The system fairy watched what was happening from the side and thought that this was a very stupid reason. Yan tried to give his words some power, so he said that this was a space he created, and the fairy was his assistant. The girl was indignant, but the guy reminded her how many points he spent to upgrade the space. Ningxuang said that she believed the guy at least because he was too smart and handsome for an ordinary person. The girl told Yun and Lingsheng that they could all live together for Yuan's sake. The system fairy offered the girls spiritual rings that allow them to move from their world to the divine world of Yuan. Yun turned away and said that she had become the head of the clan, so now she was too busy to see the guy. Ningxuang took her ring and asked if she could go straight to Yuan's bedroom. Yun said that it was very rude, and the girl asked if she was too busy to worry about it. Night fell, and Lingsheng was able to be alone for a while. The girl sat next to the lake, her feet in it, and thought about how many secrets Yuan was hiding. Soon, the guy noticed Lingsheng and said hello. The girl turned her head towards Yuan and blushed with embarrassment. Lingsheng asked why the guy didn't stay with the other girls but went to look for her. Yin said that he was glad about such an unexpected reunion with the girl because he no longer thought that he would ever meet her again. Lingsheng said she ran away to become a musician, but she didn't expect to meet such a mysterious man. On her journey, she met a girl who not only played instruments well, but also knew how to cultivate and enter into the Tao. Yuan asked if Lingsheng was still traveling and what instrument she played now. The girl took out a jade flute and said that thanks to the teacher, she now plays a song that clouds a person's mind. Yuan asked her to perform the song for him, but she refused, citing the fact that the song drives people crazy. The guy said that Lingsheng shouldn't worry because she had just started cultivating and wasn't yet capable of harming anyone. The girl was angry that Yuan did not believe her and decided to show him that he should not underestimate her so much. Lingsheng put the flute to her lips and began to play the melody. Yen listened attentively, his head bowed low, catching every note. Ling Sheng finished and said that it really had no effect on the guy because her cultivation level was still very low. However, Yuan rushed at the girl, knocking her to the ground. The guy said that Ling Sheng's melody touched him, and now he wants to do something with it. The girl blushed and said that Yuan was lying because she was sure that he was in his right mind. The guy asked Ling Sheng to perform the song again, and she responded by calling him frivolous. Despite this, the girl brought the flute to her lips again. Over the next 3 days, the spirits of the divine space worked tirelessly. Yen and the fairy looked at the results, and the girl said that they could now go on to the next task. The guy agreed with her, but asked her to send him out into the world in a different way this time, so that he would not be mistaken for a pervert again. The system fairy replied that the landing point and identity were chosen randomly and she could not influence it. Within a second, Yuan sensed the magic of spatial movement and no longer saw the system fairy. The guy found himself in the world of Gaia, in the city of Croesus, at a slave auction. Yan had a rough landing, so it took him a while to recover. Opening his eyes, the boy realized that his ears had become pointed and someone was watching him from behind. Yuan quickly turned around, expecting danger to lurk around him. However, turning around, he saw 4 girls in front of him who had animal characteristics. A long-haired blonde with cat ears leaned over to the guy and asked if everything was okay with him. Yuan immediately grabbed the girl's ears and said that they were very soft and warm. The blonde pulled back, covering her ears with her hands, and asked him not to do that again, as they were too sensitive. Yuan was surprised that the ears were real and asked why the girls looked so human. The girls said that they were half-humans who were taken into slavery and sold as slaves, and the guy himself was a demon. The continent of Gaia was a very prosperous country. Humans, demi-humans, and demons lived here together, and all races contributed to the development of the state. However, 500 years ago, a war broke out between humans and demons, at the end of which, thanks to divine light, humans won. The church proclaimed humans as rulers, and demons were completely suppressed and became toys and goods. Yen remembered this from the game's plot, but he didn't understand why the blonde ended up in the dungeon, since she wasn't a demon. The girl said that her name was Ali and that she was from the Fox tribe and that she had been enslaved because she did not have a residence permit. Ali introduced Chao from the Nagi clan, Kao from the Horned family, and Xiao from the Slug clan, who were there for the same reason. Yuan said he understood why girls were being kidnapped, but he didn't understand who could possibly need him. Kao said that the guy was a succubus, and there is a belief among people that male succubi have even more charm than girls. This is why rich and noble ladies buy male succubi for fun. Yen thought about it and said that if some rich lady got hold of him, he wouldn't be too upset. Chao said that the guy was too naive because many of the customers were perverts, which is why the succubi ended up badly. The girl also said that Yuan could be purchased by a man, which the guy immediately didn't like. The guy asked if human trafficking was even legal and who would be crazy enough to do something like that. Ali said the old laws were no longer valid, so a new production chain had emerged. Yuan said that he understood everything, so there was no need to worry. The guy promised that he would get them all out of this auction. The system immediately sent a notification that the temptation had been successful, and the girls asked how Yuan was going to do it. Chao immediately rushed to the bars and began to gnaw on them, thereby baffling the guy. The girl said that she was even ready to fight in order to escape from this place. Yuan said that they still knew too little about the surroundings, and he had already figured out how to get out of here. The slave auction began soon after. The aristocrats took their seats, anticipating the appearance of the goods that had been so colorfully described before the auction. The auctioneer moved on to the next lot, number 7. The man introduced a girl from the Cat clan, 18 years old, short in stature, with no scars or illnesses. The auction participants immediately began raising their signs, shouting out the amounts. The guy with number 599 raised his sign and offered 9 million because he needed all the cats for his collection. No one could beat her amount, so the girl went to him. The guy came onto the stage and grabbed the resisting girl by the arm, dragging her off the stage. The girl understood that she would not be able to resist the stranger's strength, so she decided to bite him. She took advantage of the pause and immediately tried to escape, shouting that she wanted to go home. The auctioneer looked at the girl boredly and said that she was too stupid. The man reached under the counter and pressed the button. The collar on the girl's neck signaled and lit up red. Within a second, the collar exploded, instantly killing the girl. The guy who bought the girl was not at all upset and said that this is what should be done with slaves who dared to bite their master. Yuan watched all this from behind the scenes. The guy asked why the girl was killed, since there were many other ways of control. Ali said that slaves who harm a person are likened to dogs that bite their master and are destroyed. Yan understood that it was just a game, but he could not forgive such injustice and promised to take revenge. Meanwhile, the auctioneer apologized for what had happened and suggested moving on to the next item, which became the highlight of the day. The man called Yuan onto the stage, saying that there were very few male succubi. The auctioneer set the starting price at 10 million. Yen came on stage and asked if anyone could afford such a purchase. The system notified that the temptation had been successful and many buyers immediately desired a succubus for themselves. Yuan asked whoever wanted to buy him and the 4 remaining slaves behind the curtain. The auctioneer got angry and tried to put the guy in his place, but he ordered him to shut up. The man winced at the tone. Yen said that the owner here is not an auctioneer, so he does not dare spoil the guest's mood. The guy turned his gaze to the customers and promised that he would serve them well. One of the aristocrats melted and said that this succubus had charmed her with just one glance. Another girl said she wants to get the guy even if she goes bankrupt. The stakes quickly soared to 80 million. The aristocratic man said that the girls had gone so crazy that they had started arguing over some product. Contrary to his words, the man jumped up from his seat and said that he was ready to pay 150 million. At that moment, card number 69 came up and the hostess offered 500 million for Yuan. It was a girl with long red hair who said she didn't want to waste time shopping. The aristocrats immediately turned towards the girl, trying to understand who she was, since it was impossible to see behind the mask. The auctioneer announced that the succubus and the 4 slaves now belonged to Madame Zuyer. Yan still couldn't get over the price they were willing to pay for it. Zhuer smiled and said that she had finally found a suitable candidate. After some time, the madam returned to her estate and brought with her all the slaves she had purchased. The maid told Yuan to wash and change his clothes, and the mistress would be here soon. The boy said that he would serve the mistress well, but first he would like to know more about her. The maid became embarrassed and said that her mistress was very strong and Yuan would soon be able to see this for himself. The guy smiled and replied that he himself could charm any girl. Yuan walked to the closet and opened it to find some clothes to change into. However, what was lying in the closet confused even the guy, and he realized that tonight would be very fun. After some time, Zhuer changed her clothes and came to the guy's room. Yuan changed into a purple shirt with a very low neckline and greeted the girl when she entered the room. This time, the girl was not wearing a mask, so the system reported that the guy had met another 5-star character. Yuan said that you should always see something through to the end if you want it. Zhuer approached and said that the guy was acting very impudently for a slave. The girl pushed Yuan onto the bed and said that she even liked it. Zhuer sat on top of the guy, but he asked why there was such a rush if they could first talk about life and ideals. However, the girl had no intention of answering Yuan's questions and immediately handcuffed him to the bed. The guy found himself crucified and said that even in spite of this, he would stay with the girl until the end. Once Yuan was securely strapped in, Zhuer said that it was time to talk. The guy was confused and said that this is exactly what they were doing now. The girl smiled and said that she bought such an expensive toy not only for fun. Zhuer began to change and after a few moments she had fangs. Her ears became pointed and horns appeared on her head, and the girl admitted that she too was a succubus. Yan said that there were very few male succubi and suggested that this was why the girl decided to buy him. The guy imagined that the girl bought him in order to propagate their species. Zhuer appeared before his eyes, saying that he would not rest until he completed his task. However, the girl refuted his suspicions and revealed that she was a subordinate of the Demon King, who had been sealed hundreds of years ago. During the war, the 7 Sages organization sealed the Demon King's heart in the Divine Light Hammer. Since then, the ruler's heart has been sealed in this hammer, and no one can destroy it. Rouger said that Yuan must remove the seal from the Demon Lord's heart so that she could resurrect him. The guy reminded that everyone who touches the hammer dies instantly, so he doesn't want to be cannon fodder. Zhuer said that she had found a way to remove the seal, but only Yuan could do it. The girl told that among the 7 sages of divine light, there is a successor to the hammer, Irene. Zhuer was confident that if they could get rid of the girl, the seal would be broken. Wan needed to make Irene fall in love with him, but he immediately abandoned this idea. The guy said that he would never hurt an innocent girl, so he would not participate in the girl's plan. Jur took out a knife and said that she had no intention of asking the guy's opinion about this plan. Yuan tensed up and asked if the girl was really so categorical. Jur said that even if the divine source was cut out from the guy and transplanted into another, the plan would still work. The girl said that she was very good with a knife, so there was nothing to worry about. Yan immediately used the flesh-hardening technique to avoid injury. Jur's knife was broken and she recoiled. Yan leaned back on the bed, thinking that this technique was very important because it could have been the end for him. The day before the mission began, the boy purchased the King Kong body equipment from the system store. Yuan decided it was time to escape the trap and immediately broke the handcuffs with which the girl had chained him to the bed. Jur felt that the guy was not emanating a succubus's power, and then she asked who Yuan really was. The guy sat up on the bed and said that he was just a very powerful succubus. Yuan moved closer to the girl and said that simple chains were not enough to capture him. Jur smiled and warned that if the boy dared to run away, the slaves who came with him would be in trouble. Yuan asked what else he could do to help the girl that would not contradict his principles. Jur licked her lips and said that then the guy should show everything he's capable of. Yuan promised that he would return the girl all 500 million with interest today. Jur leaned back on the bed and said that the guy was different from ordinary succubi. Yan said that in that case they would have to act differently. The girl soon admitted that she had underestimated the guy. The system sent a notification that the experience of unlimited magic has been increased. Jur didn't regret acquiring Yuan, even though things didn't go according to her plan. Meanwhile, in the corridor, not far from the guy's room, the slaves who came with him were cleaning up. Ali heard a crash outside the door and asked what was going on. Chow asked when they could meet Yuan, and Cao said that the hostess was currently making fun of the guy. Ali said that they should rely on Yuan, and she doubted that Jur would harm him. The next day arrived. Yan stood up first and opened the curtains, letting sunlight into the room. The guy looked towards the bed and wished his hostess good morning. Jur smiled and said that the previous night had been very stormy. Yin said he was surprised by the fact that it was the girl's first time. Jur asked if the guy really saw her as an experienced girl. Yuan said it was more like natural talent than experience. Jur put on the shirt and said that it was originally supposed to belong to the Demon King, but now that's all she can do. Yan tensed up and reminded that he had no intention of participating in the plan to resurrect the Overlord. Jur said that as a succubus, she could use her blood to use pure blood chain magic. A chain appeared on the girl's stomach and on Yuan's chest, and Jur promised to break it if the boy refused to help. The guy said he didn't expect the girl to decide to use such a life-threatening spell to force him. Jur pulled the chain and said that she was willing to sacrifice her life for the sake of resurrecting the Demon Lord. At this moment, the chain on Yuan's chest also tightened, and he felt intense pain. Jur promised that once the boy completed the task, she would get rid of the chain and even give him a reward. Yuan decided that the most important thing was to save his life, so he decided to accept the girl's proposal. Jur immediately handed the guy a book with Irene's route and said that she now completely relied on him. Yuan asked the girl to take care of his friends until he returned and asked if they could exchange experiences. After 3 days, the guy set out on his journey. Meanwhile, in the forest, Irene moved along the planned route, destroying demons and monsters along the way. The girl wielded a huge hammer. Irene successfully completed her mission and said that justice had prevailed. The girl said that followers of the divine light will always fight for justice. At that moment, Irene heard someone screaming and asking for help. The girl turned in the direction from which the voice came and hurried to help. The guy in the monk's clothes retreated back, fleeing from the goblins who had surrounded him. The monsters rushed to attack. The guy turned out to be Yuan in disguise, who continued to scream and ask for help. At that moment, Irene appeared, swung her hammer, and ordered the monsters to stop harming people. The girl hit the ground, warning Yuan to be careful. When the dust from the destroyed ground settled, Irene asked if it really was goblins. Yuan immediately approached the girl and introduced himself, saying that he was a priest from a nearby village church. Irene introduced herself in response and said that it was very dangerous for a priest to walk here alone. Yuan said that one of the villagers had been kidnapped, but they didn't have money for mercenaries, so he went to rescue her personally. Irene asked if the girl was the guy's friend or lover, to which he replied that they were simply from the same village. The girl said that the priests had no powers, so it was too risky to go looking for a stranger. Yun replied that he believed in the divine light and its teachings, so he must establish justice even if he had to die. At these words, Irene blushed and felt her heart begin to beat faster. The girl took the guy by the hand and said that he could rely on her and that she could help him with his search. Yin thanked Irene and wished for the divine light to bless her. The guy decided that the girl was too simple-minded, so he would be able to gain her trust by talking about justice. Irene hastened to begin the search and suggested first of all finding the goblin's lair. The girl placed the hammer on the ground and activated the ability to detect evil. Irene said that with this technique, she would be able to locate demons. The girl noticed a dark aura emanating from the forest in the distance, so she assumed that the goblin's lair was located there. Irene turned to the guy and said that they needed to get going. However, the girl froze when she noticed that Yuan was also emitting a dark aura. The guy didn't know how to explain this, and nothing sensible came to his mind. However, Irene herself gave him an idea, saying that the guy could have been imbued with demonic energy from the goblins who attacked him. Yuan immediately seized the opportunity, thinking that he was lucky because the girl was not very smart. The guy asked the girl if she suspected him, to which she replied that demons would not be followers of the divine light. Irene remembered what happened several years ago, during the siege of the demon village. The knights searched the houses to kill all the surviving demons, and in one of the houses, Irene came across the demon children. The girl saw her brother shielding his little sister and asking her not to come closer. Irene left the house and told the soldier who approached that there was no one left in the house. The girl lied because in fact she had cast a magical barrier on the demon children. Irene said that it would help hide the demonic essence, so the children must find a place to hide. We returned to real time, where the girl and Yuan went to the demon cave. Irene walked ahead, illuminating the cave with divine light, but she quickly noticed that it was very hot in this place. Yuan said that goblins like warm places, and it was so hot because the girl was wearing armor that got hot. The girl agreed with the guy and decided that it was time to undress. Irene pulled off her armor, to which Yuan said that there should at least be some rules of decency. However, the girl was not at all shy and turned to the guy, saying that it was much more convenient this way. Yuan turned away and said that he didn't expect Irene to have such a good figure. The girl corrected the guy, saying that her figure was toned due to constant training. Yuan decided that he should use the devilish smile skill to seduce the girl. However, Irene had already lost interest in him and moved further into the cave. The guy said that the girl was too hot-tempered and didn't listen to what others told her, but at that moment, the floor began to crack. Yuan saw this and shouted at the girl to be careful. However, it was too late, and the ground disappeared from under Irene's feet. The girl fell into the pink liquid and, coming to her senses, looked around. Irene looked at the liquid and said that it was dirty and unpleasant. Yuan ran to the cliff and told the girl to get up immediately because it was slimy acid. Irene jumped up, but it was too late. The acid began to corrode the girl's remaining clothing. Irene didn't know how to get out on her own, so she extended her hand to Yuan. The guy immediately grabbed the girl and said that he would pull her out. Almost all the clothes on the girl's body dissolved, and Irene felt the acid begin to burn her skin. The girl applied her hands to the burns and used the divine light purification technique. However, Irene soon realized that cleansing was not enough to remove this acid. Yuan said that this liquid could not be removed with divine light. The guy said that there was only one way to get rid of the acid, and the girl immediately asked what it was. Yuan pointed to his tongue and said that in order to get rid of the fluid, a different microflora was needed. Irene thought that the guy needed to spit on her, and even agreed to this, despite her embarrassment. However, Yuan said that he needed to use his tongue to cleanse the girl. Irene said it sounded even stranger than she thought, but they had no other choice. Yuan sat down next to the girl and took her leg. Irene watched the guy closely and didn't understand why he did it. The guy said that the girl's skin would be eaten away if he didn't do it, but he promised that he wouldn't tell anyone about it. Yuan carefully removed all the acid from Irene's body. The girl was very shy and asked him to be gentle with her because no one had ever touched her like that before. Yuan promised that he would be very careful. Soon the system sent a notification that the guy had acquired the skill Gentle Tongue and Lovely Teeth. An hour later, the guy finished cleaning the girl's body from acid and offered her his clothes, since theirs had completely dissolved. Irene thanked Yuan for his help and put on his priestly robe. The boy picked up a sharp stone and said that he would commit suicide so that the girl's innocence would be preserved. Irene immediately stopped Yuan and said that he couldn't die, which caused the guy to immediately throw the stone aside. The guy asked what the girl wanted to talk about then. Irene turned away, saying that they needed to continue searching, so it wasn't the right time for such a conversation. Meanwhile, cries for help could be heard from the depths of the cave. The kidnapped girl cowered and begged not to hurt her. However, the goblins only laughed at her and surrounded her from all sides. At that moment, the mistress of the cave hit the ground, expressing her indignation. The woman said that she asked to capture strong men, and the goblins brought the girl to her. One of the goblins pointed to a fat man in a cage, but the owner was not happy with this either. The goblin pointed to the minotaur in the cage, and the woman said that they were different races, so they would not have offspring. The goblin pointed to the old man, to which the hostess replied that he was too old to have children. However, the old man immediately perked up and said that he was still in the prime of his life. The woman still refused this option. At that moment, the hostess heard the voice of a subordinate who noticed the approach of strangers. The goblin queen turned and asked who dared to break into her lair. Irene came out from around the corner and immediately realized who she was dealing with, and Yuan noticed that the missing villagers were in the cave. The demon queen saw a boy who seemed to radiate divine light. A blush appeared on the woman's face. She couldn't believe that luck could be on her side at such a moment. In the goblin queen's imagination, Yuan was already stripped to the waist. The woman could not take her eyes off him, thinking that he was sent to her by God himself. At that moment, Irene said that it was time to release all the kidnapped people. The goblin queen came to her senses and did not argue. Irene was confused because she thought she would have to fight monsters. The goblin queen pointed to Yuan and said that she was ready to exchange all the prisoners for him. Yuan didn't understand why the woman needed him, and Irene was also interested in this. The goblin queen licked her finger and said she wanted to try the boy. Irene thought the woman was talking about wanting to eat Yuan, so she said she would have to resort to force. At this point, Yuan asked the girl to stop and said that he was ready to remain as a prisoner for the sake of the villagers. Irene decided that the guy was truly a follower of the Church of Divine Light since he acted so selflessly. The demon queen said that she was not interested in the girl and would only communicate with Yuan. The woman raised her hand and snapped her fingers. A moment later, the ground beneath Irene's feet began to crack. Soon the girl fell into the ground again. As Irene recovered from the blow, she heard Yuan's anxiety. The girl looked around and realized that she was in an underground labyrinth. Irene always knew that monsters were very cunning, but she let her guard down. Meanwhile, the goblin queen brought Yuan to her room. The woman welcomed the guy into her palace. It was hardly a friendly greeting, for Yuan was tied up. The guy looked around and said that it didn't look much like a kitchen, to which the woman replied that she didn't eat human flesh. The queen got out of bed and said that she wanted to find a man with good genes to give birth to an outstanding goblin warrior. The woman promised to release the boy and the villagers if he cooperated. Yuan agreed, but on the condition that the queen promise him something. The woman agreed, but suggested talking about it later. The queen wanted to untie Yuan, but he said that he could handle everything himself, after which he broke all the ropes holding him. The guy approached the woman and said that they could check which of them was wilder. Yen grabbed the queen by the clothes, tearing them to shreds. The woman immediately lay down on the bed, waiting for the guy to do more. Yen picked up the metal club that served as the queen's weapon and said that it was a good toy. The guy asked if he could use it, to which the woman gave her consent. Yuan was incredibly happy that the queen was so liberated. The system began sending notifications that the experience of unlimited magic had been increased. Meanwhile, Irene walked through the underground labyrinth, trying to find a way out. The girl felt as if she could hear the voice of the goblin queen and wondered if Yuan was still alive. No matter how hard Irene tried, she couldn't find a way out because the place was saturated with demonic energy. The girl looked at her hammer and decided that she could try another way. Irene began to break through the walls of the labyrinth. The girl decided that in this way, sooner or later, she would be able to get out of the trap. Meanwhile, Yuan was carrying out his agreement with the goblin queen. The guy asked to keep all this a secret, especially from Irene. The woman had not yet fully recovered, but promised not to tell anyone. At that moment, one of the walls of the queen's room began to crack. Yuan immediately realized what was happening and said he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. A few moments later, the bedroom wall was broken through. Irene burst into the room trying to find Yuan. The girl quickly noticed exactly where she was. Yuan pointed his hand at the goblin queen lying on the bed and began to read a prayer over her. The woman said that she would think it over and behave differently. Irene approached Yuan and asked what he had done with the queen. The guy said that he gave the woman some instructions, and now she wants to become a follower of the divine light. The girl recalled that the queen had kidnapped people, so she didn't know whether she could be forgiven for that. The queen said that she had not harmed anyone and had even already released everyone to their home village. Irene said that this time she would believe the woman, but if she again took the path of evil, there would be no mercy for her. Yuan suggested that the girl go to the village to rest after such a hard day. The queen asked the boy to continue to guide her on the true path and said that she still had sisters who also wanted this. Irene listened to their conversation and could not grasp the true essence and reason why the Goblin Queen had changed so abruptly. Soon, the boy and girl arrived in the village of Simu. Yen showed Irene the village and said that this is where he serves as a priest. While walking along the streets, the girl saw chickens. Irene squatted down and petted one of the chicks and said that they were very cute. Yuan hastened to warn the girl that in this village it was forbidden to touch other people's chickens. Irene asked what could happen, and then the guy decided to say that the girl herself would find out about it someday. Wan had played in this world before, and the last time he was chased by the entire village because he stepped on a chicken. Meanwhile, residents began to surround the guy from all sides, thanking him for his help and asking about his well-being. Yuan pointed to Irene and said that he saved the villagers only thanks to her help, so it was she who deserved the credit. The girl said that it was just a trifle because she, as a hammer of light, was obliged to help people. The children approached Irene and asked if she was the priest's girlfriend. The girl became embarrassed and tried to think of what to answer. Yuan asked the children not to hurt Irene because she was just his friend. These words made the girl feel confused and sad. The guy suggested spending the night in his room on the next bed since there were no hotels in the village. Irene said that this would be fine for her, as she trusted Yuan after seeing how the villagers treated him. The guy smiled and wished the girl a pleasant rest and good night. However, Irene tried her best to hide how uncomfortable she felt about spending the night in the same room with a man. Soon the boy and girl went to bed. Yuan was confident that he had already won Irene's favor, and now he needed to continue following the plan. The boy shuddered as he felt dark energy pooling on his bed. Jur appeared on the guy's bed and said that if they did not interact for too long, it would be very bad. Yen asked why the girl had come when Irene was sleeping nearby, but Jur said that she had cast invisibility magic on herself. The girl said that no matter how loud she screamed, Irene would not hear them. Jur slowly walked up to the girl's bed and leaned her hands on it. The girl hovered over Irene and said that she was looking forward to being seduced. After some time, Irene woke up, feeling as if an earthquake had begun. However, the girl soon realized that she had simply imagined it. Irene seemed to sense someone's presence, but was afraid to turn around so as not to disturb Yuan's sleep. At that moment, something dripped onto the girl's cheek. Her skin began to burn, and Irene immediately realized that the demon's sweat had gotten on her skin. The girl jumped up on the bed, screaming that there was a demon nearby. Yuan covered Ruyer with a blanket and looked at Irene with concern, saying that he was the only one here. The girl said that there could be no mistake, and most likely the demon was currently hiding somewhere. Yan smiled and said that the room was too small, so there was nowhere for the demon to hide. At that moment, Jur twitched under the blanket, touching the guy. Irene noticed that Yuan was very red and asked if he was feeling well. The guy smiled and said that he was fine. After 10 minutes, Irene searched the room completely, trying to find the demon. Yuan said that it was a false alarm because no demon would come near this place as long as the holy hammer was here. Irene said that the demon's breath was too strong, so she couldn't be mistaken. At this moment, Ruyer twitched again under Yuan's blanket. The girl decided that this was where the demon was hiding. Irene walked over and pulled the blanket off Yuan, ignoring his scream. Jur was no longer under the blanket, but now the boy was completely naked. Irene froze and said that there were no demons here, so it was time for her to go to bed. Jur stopped near Yuan's house and said that after the mission, she wanted to keep the guy for herself. Meanwhile, Irene went back to bed, but sleep did not come to her after what she had seen. The girl tried to get the indecent thoughts out of her head. After some time, Irene opened her eyes and felt that she was in a different place. The girl saw a giant cross and realized that she was in a temple of light. In front of the altar, the girl saw a priest who was standing with his back to her. The priest turned out to be Yuan, who asked if Irene was ready to receive the Pope's holy baptism. The girl stopped realizing that she was in a dream. Irene knelt down in front of Yuan and bowed her head. The guy put his hand on her head and told her that she needed to fill her body with divine power. At that moment, Irene woke up suddenly, jumping up in bed. The girl looked around and realized that she was alone in the room. Irene did not understand why she began to have such dreams and immediately began to ask forgiveness from the divine light. At that moment, Yuan entered the room and said that breakfast was ready. The girl said that she would come now, but she was thinking about why the guy appeared before her in the guise of a church pope. Meanwhile, Yuan went outside and distributed food to children. Irene observed how the villagers treated the boy and thought it would be good to invite Yuan to the Divine Light Church. At that moment, the guy received messages from the system that the residents were successfully falling in love with him. After a while, the sound of hooves was heard. A dark-haired knight rode into the village on horseback. The residents immediately fell on their knees before him and asked why the head of the knights had come to them. The boy said his name was Chris, and he was a sword of light sent here to bless this village. The knight asked if Irene, a member of the Church of Divine Light, had passed by. At that moment, a chicken ran up to Chris and left droppings on the guy's shoe. The knight looked down and became angry. Chris raised his foot and said that no one dares to dirty his shoes. The boy crushed the chick, which immediately angered all the villagers. Chris said it was just a baby bird and asked how much he should be paid for emotional distress. However, the residents could not be calmed down because this chicken was the mascot of the entire village. Chris reminded him that he was a blade of light, so he had no business apologizing for the death of some chicken. At that moment, one of the residents threw dirt at the guy. The residents immediately rose to their feet and began throwing everything they could get their hands on at Chris. The guy covered his face from flying objects and slowly retreated back. Because Chris was a Divine Light Knight, he couldn't do anything against these villagers. While fighting off the objects flying at him, the boy didn't even notice that there was a hole behind him. Chris stumbled and began to fall backwards. The guy found himself in a manure pit and started swearing. Chris rose to his feet and promised that he would still take revenge for such humiliation. At that moment, Irene approached the scene and asked what Chris was doing there. The guy turned towards the girl and said that he was worried, so he decided to come. Irene looked at Chris with disgust and asked why he was in the dung heap. The guy started making excuses, saying that he had been thrown off by local residents. The residents immediately reported that Chris had killed a chicken and was mocking the common people. Yen told the girl that the chicken was the village's mascot, so they wouldn't let the guy go until he apologized. Chris decided not to embarrass himself in front of Irene, so he apologized to the residents and offered them money as compensation. The guy was soon released, and he was able to take a shower and change clothes. Chris walked up to Irene, who was talking to Yuan. The girl asked the guy to join the Church of Divine Light. Yuan said that he could not do that, since he was just a priest from the village. Chris tried to dissuade the girl, saying that a man of low origin could not become a priest in their church. However, the locals immediately began to support Yuan, begging Irene to accept him into the main Church of Divine Light. Irene said that the boy will have to pass a test, but she is confident that Yuan will cope and will help many people. Yuan was glad that everything was going according to plan, and after showing some hesitation, he decided to agree to the girl's proposal. Chris was clearly not happy with this, but he did not oppose Irene's decision and said that it was time for them to hit the road. The guy said that they only had 2 horses, so he and Irene would go together and Yuan would take the second horse. However, the girl said that she would go with Yuan, citing the fact that Chris still smelled bad. On the way, the knight thought only about how his ideal image had been completely destroyed in this village. Soon Chris's horse fell dead. As Yuan rode past, he assumed that even the horse couldn't stand the smell coming from the guy. Irene rode ahead, inviting Chris to meet her at the Church of Divine Light. Yan grinned and said goodbye to the knight, wishing him a good journey. Chris promised that even if the guy passed the test, he would not let him live in peace. Irene and Yuan continued their journey to the Church of Divine Light together. The girl was worried that the guy might be uncomfortable. The guy replied that he was doing well and thought it was time to test some of his guesses. Yan used an illusion technique. Irene didn't even have time to understand how she found herself under the influence of magic. The girl turned around and asked what the guy was going to do with her. Irene turned to face Yuan and said that her holy body must not be desecrated. The guy said that it was just a dream, so nothing bad would happen. Irene said that the teachings of the Divine Light cannot be ignored. The girl jumped up suddenly and shouted that she couldn't do this. Yan asked Irene what happened, pretending that the illusion had nothing to do with him. The girl said that she accidentally fell asleep, and she was thinking about how this could have happened to her and what all these dreams meant. Yen said that Irene was an amazing person since she was able to fall asleep while riding a horse. The guy looked ahead and said that while the girl was sleeping, they managed to arrive at the place. Before them lay the great holy city of Elfenbein. Walking through the streets, Irene explained that this was one of the most prosperous cities on the continent, and that the seat of her church was located here. Yuan asked when he could begin testing, and the girl replied that it would take 3 days. The guy said he needed to find a hotel for the time being, but Irene said she would put him up at her home. Yuan asked if he would be an inconvenience, to which the girl replied that her house was spacious, so there was nothing to worry about. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Irene's house, and the guy couldn't get over the shock. Looking at the huge mansion, Yuan asked if it could be called a house. The guy looked at Irene and said that he didn't expect her to turn out to be a rich heiress. The girl became sad and said that this was an inheritance left by her parents. Irene revealed that her parents were killed by demons when she was little. That day, the girl was also supposed to die at the hands of monsters. Irene promised the demons that she would get to them, even if she ended up in hell, and then justice would prevail. Just as the monster was about to kill the girl, a bright flash appeared, throwing him back. Irene turned around, not understanding what had happened. In front of her stood a girl in armor with a hammer in her hands, who said that there was nothing to worry about because the church had already arrived. Irene said that she was saved by the previous hammer of light, and since then, the girl wanted to join the Church of Divine Light. Yen said that he would always support her, but he himself thought that death was inevitable if his true identity was revealed. At that moment, the butler came out of the mansion, greeting his mistress and her guest. Irene introduced the butler, Sebastian, saying he had been helping with the family business since her parents died. The butler mistook Yuan for the girl's boyfriend and could not hold back his tears. Irene became embarrassed and said that the guy was just a friend who would live with her until he passed the entrance exam. Sebastian smiled and said that in the girl's absence, he had hired 2 demi-human maids to take care of Yuan. The guy was not surprised that he would be assigned maids in this mansion. However, Yuan didn't expect to be greeted at home by Ali and Xiao. The guy couldn't understand how they could have ended up in this house. While Yuan was still unable to come to his senses, Ali said that she would take him to his room. The girl entered the room first, inviting the guy inside. When the door closed behind them, Yuan asked the girls what they were doing there. Ali said that Zhuer brought them to this mansion so that they could help the guy with his task. Yuan had accepted that Ruir was acting without his knowledge, but he couldn't help but agree that Ali and Xiao were expanding his capabilities. The girls were glad that they could be of use to the guy. Soon, Yuan had the opportunity to take a bath. The boy had been wearing a priest's uniform all day and was glad that he could now relax. At this moment, his solitude was disturbed. Ali and Xiao wrapped themselves in towels and entered the room, asking if their presence would disturb them. Yuan blushed a little and asked what they were going to do. Ali said that the guy not only saved them, but also allowed them to live free, so they want to repay him. The blonde walked behind Yuan and said she would rub his back. Despite her words, the girl pressed herself tightly against the guy from behind. Yuan felt a stirring under the water in front of him and asked what Ali wanted to do. At that moment, Xiao emerged from under the water, which frightened the guy. The girl became translucent and said that Yuan could rely on her. The guy looked at Xiao and didn't understand how she could change so much. Ali said that the girl is from the slime clan and can change her body as she wishes, so she can be touched everywhere. Yan stretched out his hand, and it actually passed right through Xiao's body. The girl blushed and asked not to touch her too hard, because then she would not be able to resist. Yan lost his balance and fell straight toward Xiao, passing through her. The guy felt as if his whole body was enveloped in something pleasant. She said that she was very happy that she could touch the master. The girl screamed that she would be torn to pieces. Ali caught Yuan, who asked if Xiao was okay. After a few moments, the guy calmed down and watched what had happened with interest. Now there were 4 Xiao in front of the guy, one of whom said that they had split up. Ali said that members of the slime clan can separate and reunite, but all their feelings are interconnected. Yan grinned and said that he would really like to see it, after which the system started sending messages about experience increases. Meanwhile, the butler Sebastian was preparing juice for his mistress. The man crushed tangerines in a glass and then handed the juice to the lady. Irene took a sip and said that Sebastian made the most delicious freshly squeezed juice. The butler asked if the girl was currently thinking about Yuan. Irene became embarrassed and began to deny it. Sebastian looked at the family portrait and remembered how Irene's mother had said that her husband had fallen under her spell. The man still could not forget the expression on his master's face when the conversation turned to his mistress. Irene felt shy and decided to leave, saying that she still had things to do, so she had to say goodbye. Sebastian smiled and turned to Irene's late parents and said that their daughter had reached that very age. Meanwhile, Yuan, Ali, and Xiao moved to the bedroom. Xiao was very exhausted and said she felt like she had changed color. Yan laid his head on Ali's lap and said that another person would not have been able to withstand his pressure since he was a succubus. Ali said that Xiao wasn't the only one who was tired. The system reported that Yuan received the Ali card and now he can transform into a kitsune. The guy also received the Xiao card and acquired the ability to transform into slime. Ali thought that Yuan was too strong, so next time he would come through the other two girls. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, and Irene said that she needed to talk to the guy. Yen jumped up and asked why the girl had come at such a time. Irene heard that the guy was not sleeping and decided to immediately enter the room. The girl opened the door and froze on the threshold. Yuan was sitting on the bed with a slug on his head and a fox on his lap, and the guy asked what Irene had come for. The girl asked where the fox and slug were from in the guy's room. Yuan said that they came running from the forest, and after he fed them, they refused to leave. Irene said that she came to give the guy information about preparing for the test. The guy replied that he wasn't sure he could handle it, and he was thinking about how he couldn't reveal his abilities to other people. Irene said that the test is guided by a staff of light that turns human weaknesses into hallucinations. The girl sees a person's weaknesses and creates a space in which she places the subject. The staff of light sees all vices, be it gluttony, greed, or lust. The girl also sees gluttony, envy, anger, laziness, and other vices, and for them, people are excluded from the list of candidates. Yuan said that his thoughts and heart were pure, so he would definitely be able to pass this test. Irene believed that the boy had no other sins except lust, but she was afraid that Yuan would not be able to restrain himself. The guy said that the girl's concerns were justified and then asked what this special training consisted of. Irene threw off her dress, remaining completely naked. Yuan blushed and asked what the girl was going to do. Irene said that the guy could use her body to satisfy his lust, but if he could resist, he would pass the test. Yuan froze for a few moments. Then the guy approached the girl and asked what would happen if he couldn't control his feelings. Irene looked at the guy as if she herself was afraid. The girl said that in that case, her holy body would be desecrated. However, Irene was confident that Yuan would not let her down, as she liked him. The guy asked what the essence of this special preparation for lust was. Irene clutched the crystal in her hands, asking it to protect her body. The mineral transformed and began to cover the girl's body with a dark, translucent material. Irene remained naked, but her body was now protected. However, Yuan could not harm her body even if he wanted to. The guy sat down opposite the girl and asked if he really just needed to watch. Irene asked if Yuan really didn't have any dirty thoughts after she put on the seductress costume. The guy said that as long as his heart was pure, nothing could convince him otherwise. However, Yuan knew that he could only hold back now because Xiao and Ali helped him. At that moment, Irene approached the guy from behind and said that she would try to do something else. The girl knelt down and hugged Yuan from behind. The guy said that he didn't feel anything, but he himself could hardly contain himself because Irene was acting too openly. Meanwhile, the girl did not understand why nothing was happening because she was trying her best. An hour later, Irene gave in and said that Yuan would have to pass the test tomorrow. The guy watched the girl go and said nothing. Xiao and Ali returned to their human forms and said that they were surprised that Yuan was actually able to resist Irene. However, in reality, the guy was barely holding back the succubus's power and said that she would soon break free, so the girls should help him. Xiao and Ali were embarrassed, but they couldn't refuse Yuan's help. The next day, Irene came to the boy's room to take him to the upcoming test. As soon as Yuan left the room, the girl noted that he looked unwell and suggested that he had been overexcited the previous day. There were bruises under the boy's eyes, but he said there was nothing to worry about. Ali and Xiao breathed a sigh of relief when the door closed behind Yuan. Irene took the boy to the residence of the Church of Divine Light. The guy and the girl entered the main hall, where they were already waiting. In front of the altar stood a girl in a black dress and a white apostolnik, holding a staff in her hands. The girl turned around and said that her name was Franca and she was the Staff of Light. The guy saw that the girl had a dark blindfold over her eyes. However, Chris interrupted him and said that a mere mortal could not endure Frankie's test, so it would be better to give up. The girl confirmed this, saying that a person with an unclean soul could get injured in the process, so it would be better not to even start. Yen said that he would not back down because he had wanted to join the Divine Light Church for a long time and could not let Irene down. The girl was embarrassed that the guy was so worried about her. Franca walked away, saying that in that case Yuan could enter the hall and begin the test. The guy said that the girl looks very cute, so he doesn't think the test will be difficult. Irene said that you shouldn't be fooled by appearances, as they can be deceiving. Franca is the staff of light and was known for her love of torture, and no one can withstand her torment. After some time, Yuan walked into the hall to see Frank and said that he was ready. The girl began to remove the blindfold and said that the test was very simple. Franca said that the guy just needs to look into her eyes. Yuan immediately realized that the girl wore the bandage because she was blind. Franca said that she was wounded in the battle with demons, but despite this, the divine light gave her strength. The girl said that she could see people's feelings. Soon, Franca found herself deep in Yuan's mind and said that she would take a look around. The girl was about to move forward, but suddenly she was stopped by voices that greeted her. Opposite, Frankie stood 5 versions of Yuan. The girl didn't understand why the guy had such a strange inner world. The most familiar version of Yuan walked up to the girl and asked the girl to sit down. The girl agreed, thinking that she was even interested to see what the guy would do next. Yuan sat down opposite the girl and poured wine into a glass. The guy handed Franca a glass and offered her a drink. The girl said that she cannot drink alcohol because of her status. Yuan reminded her that none of this was real, but the girl still needed to understand all the intricacies of his personal world. Franca accepted the glass and said that the guy was right. Without thinking twice, the girl emptied the glass. After 2 hours, there were already many more empty bottles. Franca was drunk and demanded that she be given more alcohol. Yuan tried to stop her, thinking that the girl's personality had completely changed after she drank alcohol. Franca said that it was all his fault and promised that in the name of divine light she would punish him. Yuan grabbed the girl's hand and pulled her towards him. The guy suggested that Franca was actually very lonely. The girl replied that she would gladly sacrifice her life for the sake of divine light, so her faith should not be underestimated. Yuan said that even though Franca was a holy staff, in the eyes of other people she was just a poor blind girl that everyone pitied. The guy was sure that this was why the girl eased her pain when she inflicted it on others. However, Franca began to deny this. Yuan leaned towards the girl and said that her flower was still unpicked, but today they could change that. The guy snapped his fingers and the room was completely transformed. Franca looked around and realized that she was on a bed in the bedroom. Yuan suggested that the girl show something other than the divine light, but Franca said that this was unacceptable. The guy came closer and said that the girl's choice would not affect reality in any way. Yuan said that here Franca can forget about the divine light. The guy took the girl's staff in his hands and walked over to the bed. Yuan said that his staff of light could combine with hers. The girl couldn't help but sigh and leaned back. The system sent a notification that Yuan had unlocked Frank's card and received the Divine Light bonus. After a while, the girl opened her eyes and realized that she could still see. Since it was only in her illusions that Franca had sight, she calmed down, thinking that all this was not real. However, the girl soon realized that she and Yuan were lying naked in the hall of the Church of Divine Light. The guy sat down and said that it didn't matter whether it was reality or an illusion if Franca liked it. The girl asked who Yuan really was, to which the guy repeated that he was just a priest from the village. The guy asked Frank if he wanted others to know what happened. Yuan said that he would keep quiet if the girl helped him join the Divine Light Church. Franca laughed at the fact that she had previously threatened others, but now she found herself in their place. Suddenly, the girl realized that she still saw it. Yuan got dressed and said that before the girl was not at one with her thoughts, but as soon as this changed, her vision returned on its own. Before leaving, the guy said that there was nothing wrong with serving the divine light, but one shouldn't forget about oneself. Franca looked at Yuan as he walked away, not understanding why she saw the light in him. The girl followed the guy out of the room and announced that the test was over. Irene immediately ran up to them and asked how everything went. Chris said that he would help Yuan return to the village if he didn't turn himself in. Franca said loudly that the boy's faith in the divine light was unshakable, so he successfully passed the test. Irene put her hand on Yuan's shoulder and said that she had no doubt that he could handle it. Chris didn't understand how the guy could have attracted one of the members of the Church of Divine Light. Only now did Irene notice that Frankie's vision had been restored. The girl completely forgot that she would have to explain this somehow. Yuan came to the rescue and said that the girl's sight had returned because she was sincere, and the Divine Light had decided to reward her. Franca squeezed her thighs together and felt her legs still shaking. The girl said that her body was filled with divine light, and then her vision was restored. Irene grabbed Yuan's hand and suggested celebrating his successful completion of the test. Franca hastened to stop them, reminding them that the boy still needed to go to the Church of Divine Light and accept the teaching. Yen looked at the girl and said that he would be glad to talk to Miss Franca again. Chris watched the guy go and thought that he shouldn't be allowed to walk around these lands for long. The guy approached Franca and asked if she had made any dubious deals with Yuan. The girl said that she really appreciated Chris's contribution to the church, but the entrance exam was her job and she shouldn't interfere with it. Meanwhile, Yuan and Irene went to celebrate passing the test. They went into a coffee shop and played slot machines. Irene suggested going to her favorite clothing store, to which Yuan replied that anything would suit the girl. At the store, they were met by a consultant who immediately assumed that the guy and girl were dating. Irene blushed and hastened to say that they were just friends. The consultant replied that everything starts with friendship, but quickly changed the topic of conversation to choosing clothes. While Irene was changing, the employee approached Yuan and asked him not to offend the girl. At that moment, Irene opened the fitting room door and asked the guy to come over. When the guy came to her, she said that she couldn't figure out the back of her dress. The girl said that last year the dress fit her perfectly, but she apparently grew up. Yuan looked at the girl's chest and wondered if she really didn't understand what the problem was. The guy came up to Irene from behind and said he would help. Yuan grabbed the zipper and thought that he would have to put all his effort into fastening the dress. However, the guy overdid it and tore the zipper, causing the dress to fall off Irene's shoulders, exposing her breasts. Yuan froze in place, not believing that this could happen to him. Irene lowered her head and then shouted that the guy was a pervert. After some time, the guy and the girl returned to the mansion. Irene looked at the palm print on Yuan's face and apologized again. The girl said that she did it unconsciously and is not at all angry at the guy for what happened. Yuan didn't hear her words and asked her to repeat them, but Irene turned away, wishing her good night. As he watched the girl leave, the guy thought that she would kill him if she found out his identity. 3 days later, Yuan visited Frank again. Once the girl gave in to temptation, she could no longer stop. Yen said his faith grew stronger after meeting Franca. The girl became embarrassed, covering herself with a blanket. Yen said he was afraid he would have to stay if the Staff of Light wanted him to. Franca warned the guy that he needed to be careful with Chris, as he was very cruel. Yuan got dressed and said that even if Irene was not around, it would not be so easy to deal with him. Franca smiled, thinking that behind every divine light there was a shadow. Yuan walked through the dark streets of the city towards Irene's estate. Soon the boy realized that he was being followed. Yen turned around, saying that now he would have to deal with this. Realizing that there was no point in hiding any longer, the bandits emerged from the shadows. The group leader said that Yuan was just a priest, so they would deal with him quickly. Judging by their clothes, Yuan realized that they were mercenaries and advised them to get to the point quickly because there would be no time later. The bandit leader chuckled and said that their task was to blow the guy's head off. Yuan activated the character summoning system and said that it was time to start the game. The guy pulled one card out of the archive and waved his hand. A bright light began to fill the street, and Yuan called out to Yun. The girl appeared on the street and said that the guy seemed to be calling a monster. Yuan immediately apologized, and only then did Yun ask why the guy had summoned her. The guy pointed at the mercenaries and said that they were chasing him, and since he was a weak priest, he needed protection. One of the mercenaries looked at Yun appraisingly and suggested that he have some fun with the girl before killing her. The girl listened to them and asked Yuan if he wanted her to kill them. The guy said that these people are bloodthirsty killers, so you can treat their murder without feeling guilty. The mercenary leader was angered by these words, and then he said that he would show the full strength of their group. One of the mercenaries fired a fireball towards Yun. However, the girl quickly drew her sword and repelled the attack. The mercenaries fought with Yun and noted that she had a very strange fighting technique. Yuan watched from the side and said that the girl's strength had increased significantly. At that moment, one of the mercenaries snuck up behind the guy and stabbed him with a dagger. The mercenary was sure that if he killed the summoner, Yun would also disappear. Within a second, Yuan had vanished into thin air. The guy found himself behind the mercenary and said that the lowest act is an attack from behind. The bandit rushed at Yuan again, saying that it didn't matter since victory would still be on their side. The guy frowned and said that he had weak physical abilities. Yan said that since there was no other choice, he would have to resort to close combat, after which the guy punched the mercenary in the face. The bandit fell to the ground with such force from the blow that the ground beneath him crumbled. Hearts appeared in the mercenary's eyes. Yan said he had struck a blow of love that would immerse the boy in the illusion of charm. Soon all the mercenaries were finished off. Yun came over and said that it would now be difficult to find out who was behind this attack. Yen replied that he already had an idea who might be involved. The guy thanked the girl for her help and took out a card, saying that he would return Yun back to her world. The girl grabbed his hand and asked if he really considered it a tool that could be used whenever he wanted. Yan replied that he was only worried about Yun getting used to this land. The girl looked down and asked shyly if she could stay the night. Wan did not refuse the girl and took her to the hotel. Yen smiled at the girl at the reception desk and asked for the most unusual number. Yun said that the hotel here was very strange and asked what was meant by the unusual room. Yuan grabbed the girl's hand and said that she would see everything for herself later, but now he wanted to teach her something. Yun saw many unfamiliar objects in the room, but the guy promised that they would figure everything out together. Yuan said he wanted the girl to experience the clash of different cultures firsthand. After a while, the girl at the reception desk felt the whole house shaking and thought that an orc had gotten into them. The next day, Yuan's final test was to take place at the Church of Divine Light. Chris and Irene escorted the guy to the main hall. It was a long night for Yuan, so he didn't get much sleep. Irene noticed this and asked what had happened. Yan said that he had been studying new techniques at night, so he went to bed late. Chris said that they were meeting with the archbishop today, and the guy's behavior could show disrespect. Yan asked if the smelly archbishop treated them with respect. Chris got angry and said that the guy himself smelled terrible from the very beginning. Yuan said that there was no need to speak so lowly, but he himself was wondering if Chris could have discovered his true nature. At that moment, the doors to the hall opened, and a herald announced the arrival of the archbishop. A tall man with long hair and a beard entered the hall and immediately turned his attention to Yuan. The guy immediately felt a powerful aura emanating from the archbishop and greeted him. The man said that formalities were unnecessary and immediately reported that demonic activity had recently increased. The archbishop tasked Chris with neutralizing the demons that were stalking merchants outside the city. Irene was tasked with exterminating the demons that had infiltrated the city. The archbishop turned to Yuan and told him that he should go to the Red Moon Club. The guy first accepted the task and only later realized that it sounded too strange and didn't make sense. The archbishop said that the club was selling demon slaves, but it had to be stopped immediately. Irene said that it was too difficult a task, but the man replied that their church did not need weak people. Yun said that he would definitely cope with the task. Irene thought that the guy agreed to this only because he wanted to cover for her in front of the archbishop. The girl decided to support Yuan with all her might and handed him a bag of money. Irene said that the Red Moon Club had too much security, so in order to get the slaves out, they would have to be bought. Yin thought that this is exactly how rich people behave. The guy said that he had already figured out how to complete this task, so there was no point in wasting the girl's money. Irene asked what Yuan's plan was, but he didn't answer. That same night, the guy went to the club to complete the task. A carriage was driving down the street at night, but stopped because of an obstacle ahead. The coachman saw a girl with white hair lying on the road. The man ordered the stranger to get up immediately and not to delay his master. At that moment, the carriage door opened and a plump man with blonde hair and a mustache appeared from it. The girl quietly apologized for her behavior and said that she had no choice. When the girl raised her head, it became clear that it was Yuan reincarnated. The guy used his charms, which caused the man to immediately offer the girl a ride. 10 minutes later, the carriage arrived at the Red Moon nightclub. The carriage shook throughout the entire journey. The coachman thought this was very strange, because usually his master only lasted for 2 minutes. Yuan, transformed into an aristocrat, came out of the carriage and told them not to go inside, as the girl was resting there. The guy was glad that he would now be perceived as a rich man since he had borrowed his personality. At that moment, the aristocrat himself was lying in the carriage, bound and gagged. At the club, Yuan was met by a staff member who asked if the man had come for the same services as last time. The guy didn't understand what was being discussed, but decided not to go against the system and answered positively. After some time, Yuan was led into the room and settled down on the bed. Two girls entered the room, greeted him, and began showering him with compliments. However, Yuan understood that this was all for show, because to the girls, he looked like the aristocrat he left in the carriage. The guy grinned and said that this time the girls wouldn't get the money so easily. After a while, Yuan called the employee and she entered the room, asking if the customer had any wishes. The guy waved his hand at the exhausted girls and asked if they had anything more powerful from among the new goods. The employee replied that they had just had a new product, so she invited the gentleman to follow her. The girl led Yuan to the basement where the new arrivals were kept. The employee introduced 3 demon slaves who came from a very rare race. The girl said that they were all innocent and asked Yuan which of them caught his eye. Now the guy was convinced that the club really did sell slaves. Yan said that only children would choose one thing, but he needed them all. The employee said it would be very expensive, and then asked if the gentleman would pay in cash or by check. Yuan handed the girl a check and said that she could write any amount since his father was the richest man in the city. The employee pulled back the collar of the uniform and asked the guy if he wanted to buy that too. Yen said he would do it next time, but now he needed the slaves he had bought. The employee said that the gentleman could greet the girls while she went shopping for clothes. When the girl left, Yuan approached the slaves and said that he would not harm them. After some time, the guy freed all the girls from the ropes. Yuan shook off his aristocratic guise and said that he was also a demon and had come to save them. The girls immediately succumbed to temptation and surrounded the guy, saying that succubi were incredibly beautiful. Yuan immediately realized that they changed their attitude towards him because he had a handsome face. At that moment, the employee returned and asked Yuan who he was. The guy looked the girl in the eyes and said that he was her master and she was his pet. The employee immediately succumbed to the power of seduction, and hearts appeared in her eyes. The girl fell to her knees and said that she was a dog waiting for her master's orders. Yuan resumed his aristocratic guise and told the slave girls to change their clothes and follow him. On the way, the guy met many people at the club, and all the male half envied the aristocrat who acquired 3 demonesses. Yuan asked if they really had nothing else to look at. Once outside the club, the guy sighed with relief and said that they were now safe. At that moment, an aristocrat, in the guise of Yuan, ran out of the club with the employee who sold the demonesses to the guy. Yuan shook off the image as it no longer made sense. The guy rushed forward, leading the demonesses behind him, and the club's security rushed in pursuit of them. Yuan didn't know what to do next, because if he started a fight, he would be exposed immediately. At that moment, the guy saw Irene in front of him, who asked what was going on. Yuan shouted that there was no time to explain, but the girl had to help them. Irene stepped forward and said that the guy could rely on her. The girl erected a barrier of divine light, blocking the path of her pursuers. 30 minutes later, Yuan and Irene met at the girl's mansion. Irene looked at the 3 demonesses that the guy brought with him. The girl recalled that the archbishop had ordered the destruction of the slaves and asked why the boy had brought them to her home. Yan said he wanted to release the slaves, but Irene reminded him that they were from the demon clan. The guy said that demons can be good too, but people continue to kill them indiscriminately. Irene said that she was ready to help, but they couldn't hide the demonesses here forever, to which Yuan replied that he had already bought several teleporters. The guy built a teleporter and said that he would transport the girls to a place where they would not have contact with people. A few moments later, the demonesses disappeared from Irene's house. The girls found themselves at the hot springs and immediately began to look around to understand where they were. Ning Shuang met the girls and told Feng that they had a new addition, to which the brunette replied that Yuan would receive it when they returned. The blonde looked sternly at the demonesses and said that Fen had scared them. The demonesses were frightened and huddled close to each other, saying that they were not tasty. Ning Shuang turned around and asked if the girls really thought that way about them. The demonesses immediately changed their minds, noting that the girl was very beautiful. Ning Shuang licked her lips and said that the girls could call her sister and she would show them how to survive here. Feng stood nearby and thought that the demonesses were still unlucky enough to encounter Ning Shuang. Ning Shuang immediately tied up one of the girls and laid her on the sofa. The girl turned to the other demonesses and asked who would be the next to be trained. The girls said they didn't want to take part in it because their sister looked strange. Ningxuang said that she shouldn't run away and scream, because if she didn't train, Yuan would be hard to please. Feng said that the girl always looks like she doesn't care, but in reality she is very angry at the other girls and jealous. Ningxuang turned her attention to the brunette and told her to join in too. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to the residence of the Divine Light Church. The church ministers were reading prayers near the altar, but the boy was not among them. Yuan was resting in a private room when a shudder ran through his body. The guy didn't know who was thinking about him at the moment and said that being handsome was also a kind of disaster. Franca said that Yuan released the demons himself and failed the first mission, so he will be punished. The guy said that he came specifically so that the girl could help him avoid punishment and contact the archbishop. Franca said that the only daughter of a wealthy businessman had recently been kidnapped, and rescuing her would help Yuan. The guy asked to tell him the details so that he could go and help immediately. Franca interrupted Yuan by placing her foot on his shoulder. The girl said that she needed the information herself, so they should discuss everything in more detail. Yuan took Frankie's foot in his hand and said that he was a professional when it came to foot massage. A few moments later, the servants in the main hall heard Frankie's cry. However, they thought that the girl was now punishing the evil heretics for the sake of their common safety. The ministers didn't even bother to check their guesses and blessed Franca. The girl heard their prayers and tried to control her voice. Yuan said that in the eyes of believers, Frank is still a very pious staff of light. The girl said that her faith in the light would never weaken, and the guys simply brought her to a deeper level of understanding. Yan decided to move on to a new task and asked what the assignment was that Franca had spoken about earlier. The girl said that she tracked down the missing girl and learned that she was kidnapped by the Razor Gang. Soon Yuan went to the place that Franca told him about. The guy walked up to the main entrance and hid behind the bushes. Franca said that the gang leader's name was Jamie, nicknamed Razor, and that his strength was quite good, although rather obscene. A plan immediately appeared in Yuan's head, and he transformed. After a while, the guy came out of the bushes and approached the central entrance, attracting the attention of the security guards. Yuan transformed into a hot-haired girl and asked the security guard if the building in front of her was really the Razor Gang building. The guard blushed with embarrassment and asked why the girl had come to them. Yuan said that the boss himself invited her, but the guards themselves should understand the purpose of the visit. The guy replied that the boss usually goes out to look for girls and never brings them to headquarters, so he doesn't know the reason for the visit. Yuan bent over, revealing a little of his cleavage, and said that he was just a weak girl without strength. The guards blushed again and this time decided to let the girl through. Yuan grinned and thanked him for his help. Entering the building, the guy noted that the inside of the house was very large and luxuriously furnished, which spoke of the gang's wealth. There were guards standing outside one of the rooms, discussing the kidnapped girls locked in that very room. Yan immediately understood where to go and moved closer to the men. The girl looked seductively at the guards and asked if they wanted to have some fun. The men smiled and said that they were indeed very bored. Yuan immediately returned to his true form and knocked out the guards, apologizing for the fact that it was too dizzying for them. The boy walked to the door and opened it, asking if the young lady he was looking for was there. Yen saw two girls in the room, a beautiful blonde and a brunette with a very specific appearance. The brunette looked at the guy with tears in her eyes and moaned, trying to say something. She had a gag in her mouth. Yan walked up to the blonde, who was sitting quietly, and said that he would save her. As soon as the girl could speak, she immediately said to save the brunette first. Yen smiled and promised that he would have time to save the maid as well. The blonde said that the brunette was Miss Eldest, who needed to be saved. Yen felt the spirit leave him because only now he realized what a mistake he had made. The boy quietly approached Miss Eldest and untied her. The girl immediately began to shout that she was her father's heir and looked more like a lady than her servant. Yuan apologized for his clumsiness, and Eldest immediately felt her heart beat faster. The girl immediately changed her attitude towards the guy and said that he was not to blame for what he did not know. Yan stood up and said that Eldest might look like this because she was bullied by gangsters. The girl tried to say that she initially looked like this. The guy, without listening to her, went into the system store and purchased the ability of the returning floating fist. Yuan interrupted her again and said that it didn't matter and the girl could trust him. The guy began to deliver precise blows to the girl's face, one after another. The maid feared for her mistress's safety and screamed. Within a few moments, Yuan had finished his manipulations. Eldest felt her face and said that she did not feel any pain and that her face felt very fresh. The maid could not believe that her mistress had really become very beautiful. Eldest turned to the girl, asking if she meant that she used to be ugly. At that moment, claps were heard from the entrance to the room. The gang boss entered the room and said that it was too bold to come here and take hostages. Yan covered the girls with his body and suggested that the man go outside and sort things out one-on-one. The boss grinned and said that the guy must have a cover since he was acting so fearlessly. Yuan said that he belonged to the Divine Light Church and that his head was the archbishop. The man said it didn't matter because he wouldn't let go of someone who had broken in and was wandering around his property. The boss ordered Maisie to deal with the guy, and after that, a girl with pink hair in an extravagant suit came out from behind him. The girl promised that she would make the guy disappear completely. Maisie ran her tongue over her lips, saying that first, she would have some fun with the guy. Yuan asked why the girl was doing such dirty work for the boss. Maisie swung the whip at the guy, saying she liked it. When the whip was already very close to his face, Yuan used his illusion casting ability. For a few moments, Maisie felt as if she had been sucked into a completely empty space. Yan welcomed the girl to his show. Staring into space, Maisie said that such an illusion was useless against her. At that moment, the girl felt her wrists being pulled by her own whip. Yuan lifted Maisie's hands up, and only now did the girl feel embarrassed and asked to be released. The girl felt the blow of the whip and thought that the pain was too real to be an illusion. Yuan said he would let Maisie cry as much as she wanted. The girl replied that she would not ask for mercy even if the guy gave her 1,000 lashes with a whip. However, 2 hours later, Maisie was no longer so confident in her words. Yen smiled and said that no one could withstand 3,000 whips. After some time, Maisie returned to Jamie's office, and the man asked why the girl was so late. The man asked her if she had a good time, to which she responded positively, calling the boss the owner. The boss smiled, thinking that the girl had not yet played enough and would like to continue. Maisie confirmed his suspicions and came behind him, asking him to close his eyes for a moment. The man closed his eyes and did not notice how the girl threw the whip around his neck. Only after feeling intense pressure did the boss realize that Maisie was no longer playing. The man tried to free himself, asking what the security guards were doing anyway. Yuan entered the office and said that the boss was indeed very reasonable and cunning, but he could also make a mistake. The guy said that the main mistake was to let a woman deal with him. The man stretched out his hand, trying to reach Yuan. However, the guy stood too far away and watched what was happening with a smile. Gradually, the gang boss's strength began to leave him. The sounds of resistance died down, and the hand began to slowly descend. Soon she hung lifelessly. Yuan asked Maisie if there were any explosives there, to which she replied yes. The girl asked the guy why he needed explosives, to which he replied that he wanted to set off fireworks. After some time, Yuanya transformed into the gang boss and led the captives out, telling the bandits that he would return soon. The subordinates did not doubt the man's words, so they simply wished him a good journey. Yuan, along with the captives and Maisie, left the building and closed the door behind them. The gang members noticed something hanging on the door and approached to examine the object. There was a clock attached to the door, and the men began to wonder why it was hanging there. Meanwhile, Yuan and the girls moved away to a sufficient distance. After some time, an explosion was heard, which illuminated the night streets. Yuan didn't even flinch as debris flew in all directions. The guy had already regained his clerical appearance and was pleased with his work. The girls looked after him with admiration, thinking that he was amazing. Soon, Yuan brought the girls to the eldest family's house. The butler met the girl and informed her that her father had already received the news and was hurrying back. Eldest turned to Yuan, saying that he had asked his father to thank him well. The guy said that it wasn't necessary, but he himself was wondering whether the father would even recognize his own daughter. At that moment, the same aristocrat, under whose guise Yuan had sneaked into the club to steal the demonesses, ran into the house. The guy couldn't believe that such coincidences existed. The father hugged his daughter, saying that his late wife would never forgive him if something happened to her. Yen turned to Mr. Vanstone and asked if he was sure that the person standing before him was his daughter. The man turned to the guy and said that he didn't understand what the guy was talking about. Vanstone pointed to his neck and his daughter's neck, saying they had the same birthmarks for generations. Yuan suggested that it was normal for a man to identify his daughter only by her birthmark. At that moment, Vanstone took a closer look at the guy and said that he had seen him somewhere before. Yuan was scared and said that it was normal to meet several similar people, but that did not mean they knew each other. Eldest interrupted her father and said that they needed to thank the guy for saving her, and the man agreed with her. Vanston said that he would throw a big banquet to celebrate his daughter's rescue, and Yuan was obliged to be there as the savior. The guy smiled and said that he would show respect and try to come to the banquet. Meanwhile, the maid in Chris's house brought her master a newspaper with today's news. On the main spread of the newspaper, the guy saw Yuan. Chris angrily squeezed the newspaper, crushing the boy's face. The knight said it was shameful to allow the peasants to act in the name of the church and called it a disgrace to the Church of Divine Light. Chris went down to the basement and began to beat the chained girls of the demonic race with a whip. The girls begged for mercy, but the guy did not stop, saying that they should be grateful for being there. Jur infiltrated Chris's estate disguised as a maid and watched the abuse from the sidelines. The girl held a mirror in her hands to capture the bullying. Meanwhile, Yuan returned to Irene's estate and approached the servants' room, asking Ali and Xiao for permission to enter. The guy came in, saying that he was incredibly tired and would like to ask the girls for help. However, instead of Ali and Xiao, he saw Chao and Cao in front of him. The guy was surprised and asked what the girls were doing here. Chao sat on the bed and said that they all came to help Yuan. Cao saw that the girl's skirt had ridden up a lot, and she quickly said so. Chao ran up to the girl from behind and pointed at her chest, saying that she wasn't the most indecent one here. Yen looked at Cao's large breasts and said that this was a characteristic of the horned tribe. Chao smiled, seeing the interest on the boy's face. Wan knew that the most delicious ingredients were often used for simple drink recipes. The guy felt like he was drinking coconut milk and relaxing on the beach. It was as if his body was enveloped in a sea of coconut milk. The system sent a notification that Yuan received a new character card, Cao. Soon the boy received both the Chao card and the skill of transforming into a dragon. When they finished, Cao told Yuan that Ruier wanted to contact him through the magic mirror. The guy asked where the mirror was, to which Cao replied that she had forgotten it in the toilet when she was changing. After some time, Yuan came to the place where the girl pointed him. Chao attached a mirror to the toilet lid, which the guy found extremely strange. Soon, Jur's reflection appeared in the mirror, and she said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The guy said he didn't expect to see a girl in this place, but Jur thought the guy was talking about a magic mirror. Yuan said that magical items can be transmitted in different ways, but this is the first time he has encountered this in such a place. Jur asked the guy what he meant, but he decided to hide the fact that the girl's face was attached to the toilet lid. They got down to business, and the girl reported that the other day, a sword of divine light attacked their army and took away several demonesses. Jur followed Chris and found out that he was taking out his anger on the girls and planning to harm Yuan. The guy asked the girl to be more careful with the knight, as he was very sensitive to the breath of demons. The connection suddenly ended, but Jur did not call Yuan again. At that moment, the butler entered the toilet and asked what was going on. Yin said he had morning sickness, but it was nothing to worry about. In 3 days, there was to be a banquet to celebrate Miss Eldest's rescue. Yin changed his clothes to look respectable and said he felt uncomfortable in the place. Irene volunteered to accompany the guy and said that he had nothing to worry about as long as she was nearby. Chris came up to them and said that the girl was very beautiful today. Irene dryly thanked him for the compliment and said that the guy looked good too. Chris said that he doesn't really like such banquets, since being a sword of light, he attracts too much attention. As if confirming his words, all the girls in the hall sighed in admiration as they discussed the guy from the Church of Divine Light. Chris said that there was no need to praise him so much and fall in love, since his heart was already occupied by divine light and justice. However, the guy soon realized that the girls were not interested in him at all, but in Yuan. Chris got angry and thought that soon he would take away everything that belonged to him. Soon, Yuan became tired of all the attention and decided to retire to the restroom. The guy thought that he should be more restrained. At that moment, Jur appeared behind Yuan and said that the boy did not understand that danger was approaching. The guy didn't expect to see a girl there, but he let that moment pass, asking what exactly she was talking about. Jur said that Chris received information that Yuan participated in the auction and would most likely reveal that the guy was a succubus. The guy asked if there was anything else the girl should tell him. Ruer said she had already come up with a countermeasure to help Yuan get through this difficult time. The girl said that Chris had prepared a prop to detect demon breath, which would remove Yuan's disguise. The guy asked if Jur had really come up with a way to help him. The girl took the guy into one of the booths and said that she wanted to temporarily absorb Yuan's demonic aura. This was the first time the guy heard that one could hide one's identity in this way. Zhu'er pressed herself against Yuan and said that this should work. The guy watched the girl's actions closely and blushed. After a while, Chris came into the toilet, and until now he could only think about how to deal with Yuan. The guy was washing his hands when he heard a noise in one of the stalls. Chris turned towards the booths and demanded that they leave immediately. Yuan came out of the booth and said that the night had very interesting plans. Chris said that the guy would not be able to change anything, since he would reveal his true face anyway. Yan said he wasn't afraid of shadows, but Chris himself should think about his own safety. Zhu'er remained in the toilet stall. The girl had done everything in her power, and now everything depended only on Yuan. The banquet was in full swing when Vanstone decided to make an announcement. The man told how Yuan saved his daughter from the hands of bandits. At this point, Chris approached Vanstone and said that Yuan was hiding something from them. The knight pointed at the boy and said that he was a demon who had infiltrated the Church of Divine Light while hiding his true motives. Irene said that Yuan had passed the test of the Staff of Light and proven his faith in the Divine Light. Yen stepped forward, saying he was very interested to know what Chris was up to. The knight said he had evidence that the boy had recently been sold at an underground auction as a succubus. Chris tossed up a crystal with an image of the auction on it. The guy wanted everyone to be able to see it. Chris was confident that the crystal captured Yuan's true appearance. All the people at the banquet began to turn away in embarrassment and blush, saying that there was no need to show such things in public. Yen chuckled, and Irene said that it was a real shame. Chris didn't understand why people reacted this way. Looking up at the screen that appeared, the guy saw a demoness beating him with a whip, and he asked her to continue. Chris immediately removed the screen and said that it was Yuan who replaced the photo crystal. Yen recalled that the boy himself showed this recording and asked if he was worthy of holding the holy sword in his hand after such an event. Chris became very angry, realizing that he had been set up. At this point, the archbishop intervened and said that there was no point in two believers in the divine light quarreling. The man said that their reputation had been damaged, so they must prove through a trial which of them was worthy of the title of Sword of Light. Juan said he didn't mind and asked if Chris would agree to it. Irene stepped forward, saying that it was not fair to pit a fighter against a priest in a duel. Yen stopped the girl, saying that he was ready to accept the archbishop's test and prove the strength of his faith. The guy took off his jacket and loosened his tie, remaining unarmed. Chris took his sword and said that he did not want to hit the weak and unarmed. Yen said that his best weapon was the divine light, which would not let anyone harm him. Chris was angered by these words and rushed at the guy, saying that the divine light does not illuminate people like Yuan. The sword in the knight's hands became red hot. Yuan managed to jump to the side, causing the sword to hit the floor. Chris planned to distract the guy with the first weak blow and then deliver a crushing blow. However, Yuan was prepared for this and took a magic crystal out of his pocket. The boy activated the divine light jade, after which a bright light burst out of the crystal, blinding Chris. Irene also closed her eyes, wondering when Yuan had learned to use the divine light props so skillfully. Irene noticed that the other girls did not close their eyes, even despite the bright light, so as not to miss a single move of Yuan. The girl thought it was absurdly funny. At this moment, Yuan decided to launch a powerful attack using Cow's power. The girl's card allowed the boy to use the bull dash skill. Yan approached Chris so quickly that he didn't have time to step aside. Yuan struck the knight with a blow comparable to the force of a bull. Chris lost his footing and flew towards the wall, breaking it. There was a moment of silence, and Yuan thought he had overdone it. Smoke and dust were coming from the wall, making it impossible to see Chris. Soon the knight's voice was heard, saying that he had originally wanted Yuan not to feel so much pain in losing. Chris changed his mind and now appeared before the guy in full combat gear. Yan felt the power of the holy armor begin to press too hard on him. Chris said that each attribute of divine light helps its owner to release their full potential. The knight rushed at the boy, saying that he had now entered the kingdom of God. Yan knew he wouldn't have enough time to dodge, so he decided to meet the attack head-on with slime. However, this did not help, and the guy's shoulder was wounded by the holy sword. Yuan jumped back, trying to figure out why his technique hadn't worked. Chris immediately realized that the guy was trying to use a demonic skill and told him that it wouldn't work with a holy weapon. The knight swung his sword again, sending a stream of energy towards Yuan. Irene shouted at the guy to be careful. Yuan immediately summoned the sword that Yun had given him. The guy held the blade out in front of him, cutting the flow of energy in half. Yen was glad that this sword was able to repel the divine sword's attack. Chris stopped, looking closely at the guy's sword. However, the knight decided that he had nothing to fear, since he had no equal in sword fighting. Yan knew he couldn't hold out for long, so he urgently needed to come up with another plan. The guy asked if Chris was really so proud of himself because his sword was stronger than others. The knight asked if Yuan thought he relied entirely on the power of his sword. Chris opened himself up for the punch and stopped the guy's blow with his hand without any problem. The armor was too strong, so Yuan's attack was meaningless. Chris smiled and said that even if he didn't use the holy sword, he wouldn't be able to be hurt. Yuan was angry that the knight had such strong armor while he had nothing. The guy was too deep in thought and didn't notice how Chris came up too quickly and hit him in the face. Yuan immediately flew to the side and crashed into the wall. Chris walked up to the kneeling boy and said that he should already understand the difference between them. Yen raised his blood-stained face, and the system immediately began sending notifications about the accrual of points for seduction. All the girls supported the guy and asked him to stop fighting with this despicable man. Chris asked why the girls continued to support Yuan when it was obvious he was weaker. The girls immediately pounced on the knight, saying that all his power came from the holy sword and armor that the church had given him. Chris was gradually losing his temper. Soon he could not stand it any longer and ordered everyone to be silent immediately. Chris screamed so loudly that a shockwave of power erupted from him and formed around him. When silence fell, the knight realized that he was no longer wearing his armor. Yuan smiled as he realized that Chris's strength was fueled by his faith in the divine light, but now the knight's faith had weakened. The guy said he saw no need to continue this war. However, Chris was not going to give up and picked up the sword from the floor. The knight shouted that he was not going to lose to the dirty demon. Before Chris could get close to Yuan, an arrow knocked the sword out of his hands. The short-haired blonde said that the Sword of Light had refused Chris, and he should accept it with honor. The knight recognized the girl as Saint Lucy and asked what right she had to say so. However, the holy sword, confirming the girl's words, flew past Chris. The sword landed in Yuan's hand and began to glow. The boy closed his eyes, saying that the light was too bright. Chris became even more angry when he saw the holy sword respond to Yuan. The archbishop declared the end of the battle and announced that Yuan would be promoted to the 7 Sages of Divine Light from now on. The system sent a notification that Yuan was now the owner of the holy sword. The guy approached Lucia and greeted her. The girl immediately grabbed Yuan's hand and pressed herself tightly against it. Lucia said that she wanted a little more sincerity from the guy and invited him to her home today. Irene approached them and asked the girl not to joke about Yuan, since he still knew little about everyone. Lucia immediately asked if the guy and the girl were in a relationship, to which she received a negative answer. Irene lowered her head and said that they were just friends. Yuan pretended to be upset by these words and asked if the girl really considered him an ordinary friend. Irene became shy and said that people might misunderstand them. Yuan smiled and said he was just joking. Lucia understood that Irene was not indifferent to the guy and hoped that he would not let her down. Soon the banquet continued, but this time at Irene's home. Now the girl congratulated Yuan on becoming a holy sword of divine light. The guy noticed that Irene had started drinking too much alcohol and became concerned about her condition. The girl said that Sebastian monitors everything she drinks at the estate and does not allow her to drink strong alcohol. The butler himself noticed Irene's good mood and specially prepared a stronger wine so that she could relax. Sebastian believed that nothing could happen to the lady in this estate, since Yuan had proven himself to be a gentleman. The butler looked again at the family portrait and told Irene's parents that they might have a new addition next year. Meanwhile, Irene asked Yuan about the fact that she had never been drunk. However, the guy claimed that the girl was already drunk at that moment. Yuan said he would help the girl to the bedroom so she could rest, but Irene said that the guy should not come to her. However, the girl soon decided that she wanted to take a shower before going to bed. Yuan waited for the girl in the room, but heard her suggest taking a shower together. The guy doubted it, but hearing the girl's scream, he immediately rushed to the bathroom. Yuan opened the door, trying to understand what had happened. At that moment, Irene grabbed the guy by the collar of his shirt and said that he was caught. The girl pulled Yuan towards her and kissed him. Having pulled away from the guy, the girl leaned back on the edge of the bathtub and said that she had already taken the initiative, but the guy remained calm. Yen reminded that the girl's pure body should remain undefiled. Irene said that the guy had already been recognized by the divine light, which meant that their relationship would not taint her body. Yuan asked if the girl would like him if he actually turned out to be a demon. Irene took the guy's face in her hands and said that even if so, he was already a demon recognized by the divine light and she would go after him. Yuan said that in that case, he was willing to test the power of the holy sword today. Irene felt as if her whole body was enveloped in holy light. The system sent a notification that Yuan had received Irene's 5-star character card. The next day, clergy came to Chris's mansion. The knight demanded to be let into his house. One of the priests slapped Chris in the face, telling him not to be so presumptuous. The priest said that all of the boy's property was confiscated after he lost his status. Chris was told he had caused great damage to the church's reputation and was therefore deprived of his home. All day and all night, the former Holy Sword Knight wandered around the city looking for support, but no one helped him. Chris believed that he just needed time to get back everything that had been taken from him. At some point, the guy's road was blocked. The two demons immediately recognized Chris's holy sword of divine light. The knight frowned and asked what they were up to. The demons said they had been bullied by Chris for too long, so now they decided to pay back the debt. The knight felt that they were starting to approach him from behind. Gradually, Chris began to panic, but there was no one to turn to for help. The boy was too weak as the divine light no longer supported him. No one came to the boy's aid, no matter how much he screamed. We returned to Irene's estate. Morning came, but the girl was still sleeping in her room. Yuan let Rouger into the room, and she praised him for his work. The boy asked if the seal on the Demon King's heart had been removed. Jur said that she felt the movement of the sovereign's power, and now all that remained was to wait for his awakening. Yuan asked if the girl would remove his chastity chain. The guy took the invisible chain in his hand and said that he didn't like constantly feeling like his life was in someone else's hands. Jua smiled and said that she would be glad to do so, but she couldn't. Yen looked at the girl and asked what it meant. Jua touched the boy's nose and said that it was a great honor to be connected to her by a chain of pure blood. Yuan only now realized that if the girl could threaten him, then he could do the same. The boy grabbed the chain on his chest and pulled it. Ria immediately felt pain and asked what Yuan was going to do. The guy said that he had already helped the girl too much, so she should give him a small reward. Jur asked what Yuan wanted from her, but reminded her that she was a demon. The guy said that the girl just had to serve him as a slave and come at his first command. Yuan stopped smiling and ordered Ruier to kneel down immediately. The boy wrapped a chain of pure blood around the girl's neck and said that she was now his pet. Jur blushed and said that she would obey her master. Yuan chuckled and guessed that the girl herself liked it very much. The system sent a notification that the guy had received a 5-star Jur card. We returned to the demons who captured Chris and tormented him. The demons decided that it was worth keeping silent about this, no matter how much they wanted to brag. Chris was badly beaten, but remained alive. The demons no longer paid attention to him and went about their business. At that moment, a flash of light flashed through the air, and the demons' bodies were cut in half. Chris looked at them and asked what was going on. A man he already knew stopped next to the guy. The archbishop said that the light had not left Chris, but had only tested him, after which he asked if the boy wanted revenge. Chris said he was willing to give anything just to get the chance to take revenge on Yuan. The archbishop smiled evilly and said that he had a gift for the boy. Chris followed the man, and he led him to a church where they descended deep underground. They entered the great hall, and the archbishop said that they had arrived. Chris saw a large dark sword in the center of the hall, from which a dark energy emanated. The guy immediately understood what was in front of him. This sword contained the heart of the Demon King. The archbishop said that the holy hammer was no longer pure, so the church combined the Demon King's heart with his sword. Chris realized that this was what the man had called a gift, but he knew that the sword contained demonic evil spirits. The archbishop said that there is no pure or impure thing as long as a person uses force for good. Chris doubted it, but the desire to punish Yuan was much stronger than common sense. The boy moved forward, saying that he had suffered too much pain, so he would definitely be able to control this sword. Chris said he would use this sword to personally cut off Yuan's head. The boy grabbed the hilt of the sword and felt dark energy penetrate his body. Chris flinched and felt the power go out of control. The boy screamed from the pain that began to fill his body. A few moments later, dark demonic wings erupted from Chris's back. The archbishop said that with such power, the Church of Divine Light will illuminate the whole world. However, the man did not have time to finish speaking as the sword fell on his head. His blood slowly flowed down the great sword. Chris lost control of himself and completely lost his mind. Meanwhile, Irene woke up and wished Yuan good morning. The girl was scared when she saw how exhausted the guy was. Yuan cited insomnia as the cause. At that moment, Ali burst into the room and reported that something terrible had happened in the church. People saw a dark winged figure flying across the sky, and everyone decided that it was the Demon King who had returned. Chris was irritated by all the shouting and noise. The boy cut his hand on the sword and said that they should all become his servants. Bloody rain fell on people, but not everyone managed to take shelter in buildings. As soon as the blood fell on the inhabitants, they immediately turned into demons. Among the crowd was a little girl who had lost her mother. The child desperately called for his mother, but only the demon came to him. Before the monster could touch the girl, someone cut it into pieces. Yan arrived in time to protect the child. The guy looked at what Chris had turned into. At that moment, Irene arrived on the scene. Chris said that he had received the power of the Demon King, so now it was time for Yuan to die. Yuan said that the guy had fallen too low because by condemning demons, he himself had sold himself to the devil for the sake of power. Chris got angry and told the guy to shut up immediately. The former knight concentrated his energy and released it at his enemy. Yuan felt a very powerful force moving and asked what was going on. The guy understood that if he hesitated, those around him could get hurt. At this moment, a girl jumped out in front of Yuan. She blocked Chris's blow with her massive shield. The red-haired girl said her name was Carter, and she was the shield of light. Lucia and Franca followed the girl. Irene was delighted to see the girls. Franca told Chris that he had been possessed by the heart of the devil, but he could still return and save his life. The guy replied that the girls were too stupid to accept his offer and build a new world. Chris summoned demons and said that the girls should disappear along with this world. Lucia pulled the bowstring and said that this guy should disappear. The girl fired and one of her arrows broke into many pieces. Each of the arrow's particles pierced a demon. Franca charged her staff with energy and said that Chris could no longer return to them. The girl directed a powerful stream of energy at her former comrade. The energy knocked down most of the demons Chris had summoned. The monsters didn't even have time to get close to the messengers of divine light. At that moment, Vanessa, the Fist of Light, appeared on the battlefield and asked if she could join. A red-haired girl quickly rushed through the ranks of demons. It was Trosi, the Spear of Light. Chris was angry that his former supporters had now turned against him. The guy came down to the ground and stood between Vanessa and Trosi, saying that they weren't good enough to handle him. Chris swung his sword and a stream of energy pushed the girls back. Vanessa and Trosi lost their balance and rolled on the ground for several meters. Getting to her feet, Trosi said that Chris had become very strong, but Vanessa said that it was only because of the Demon King's power. At that moment, Lucia decided to attack the guy from behind. The girl released the arrow, but Chris managed to notice it. The guy leaned slightly to the side and caught the arrow with his bare hands. Lucia was shocked that the cleansing arrow, which could banish any demon, had no effect on the Demon King's power. Chris absorbed the arrow and said that he was already tired of the girl's jokes. The guy's patience ran out, and he decided to use one of the most powerful spells. Chris summoned the demon world, after which the city gradually began to be covered by a demonic dome. Lucia said that her body suddenly felt very uncomfortable, and Franca felt like the strength was being sucked out of her body. Chris said that in the great demon world, the power of other races would be diluted by darkness, so the girls would gradually die of exhaustion. At this moment, Yuan entered the fight, saying that he felt a surge of strength in his body. The guy reminded Chris that he was a demon, so this spell on him would have the opposite effect. Yen swung his sword, summoning flames. A powerful stream of energy rushed towards Chris. However, the Demon King easily repelled the attack, saying that Yuan's strength could not possibly compare to his own. Irene only now realized that all of Chris's accusations against Yuan were not unfounded. Chris sent a stream of energy at Yuan, telling him that he should experience the power of the Demon King. A powerful stream rushed towards the guy. At the very last moment, Carter jumped out in front of Yuan, blocking the attack with her holy shield. However, Chris's blow was too strong, causing the shield to shatter and the girl to be thrown aside. Irene saw this and immediately ran to Carter. The blonde asked why the girl was putting herself in harm's way to protect Yuan, who was a demon. Carter said it didn't matter who Yuan really was, because right now he was the one standing in defense of the world. The girl told Irene that now they didn't even need to think about the guy's true nature. Chris said they were still trying to stop him. The guy promised that from now on he would attack anyone who dared to approach him. Irene told Yuan that he was the only one who could deal with Chris, so they would give him the power of the sacred weapon. The boy looked at his sword and saw that the initials of all the holy weapons began to appear on it. However, Chris was not going to wait and entered the fight again. Darkness enveloped Yuan from all sides, blocking his view. The guy only had time to shout to the girls that he had received their power. A few moments later, an explosion occurred. The dome of darkness began to gradually dissipate. Soon the dust settled and Chris saw Yuan holding a holy shield in front of him. Chris realized that the shield had been restored thanks to the accumulation of power between the holy artifacts. Yuan said that this quest gathered the power of demons, the power of holy light, the 7 sages, and the barrier. Chris thought the guy's brain was burning out because his words were incomprehensible to him. Yen said that he didn't need to be understood, but just knew that his power was much stronger than ever. The boy swung his shield, and it transformed into a holy spear. Chris noticed how quickly the weapon changed shape in Yuan's hands. Yen soared upward, creating a tornado. Chris was thrown up and lost sight of the guy. At this moment, Yuan snuck behind the boy and transformed the sacred weapon into a fist of light. The guy used the noise bomb skill and struck. Chris was thrown aside. The guy said that no one dares to touch him, since he is the one who controls the devil's power. Chris opened the portals and summoned demons to his side. The guy ordered his servants to immediately attack the guy and not leave any of the people alive. Yuan said that Chris still boasts that he only summons a few servants and generals. The boy concentrated his energy and summoned a purifying, enchanting barrier of holy light. The demonesses immediately fell under Yuan's enchanting technique. The guy asked the girls not to appear here, and they immediately returned to the portals. Chris got angry and said that he still had some tricks that he hadn't used. At that moment, an arrow pierced Chris's hand. Yuan transformed the sacred weapon into a hammer of light and said that he did not want to wait for the opponent's next moves. The guy approached Chris and struck him in the stomach with a hammer. Chris didn't have time to block the blow, which caused him to fly to the side. Yen raised his hammer and said it was time for the final blow. The holy weapon was transformed into a sword of light. Tongues of flame engulfed Yuan's body, and soon demonic wings appeared behind his back. It seemed like the guy had taken the Demon King's powers from Chris. Yen raised his sword and said that one sword would make 2 cuts. The blade burst into a bright flame. Yuan abruptly lowered his sword, directing a stream of energy towards Chris. Flames engulfed the enemy's body, causing him to scream in pain. Within moments, the body had completely dissolved into flames. Yen landed on the ground, and the wings behind his back disappeared. The system sent a notification about the completed task, and Irene shouted that the guy had done it. However, Yuan was worried that the great demon's power still lingered in the air even though Chris had completely disappeared. At this moment, Jur appeared, saying that she was not prepared for the Demon King's heart to be awakened so early. Yuan said that the Lord's power exceeded his expectations, and even he could not control it. Jur said there was one way to take control of him, but it would be very dangerous. The girl said that a person with the power of divine light needs to seal the heart of the Demon King within his body. Yuan asked what would happen to the person who took it upon himself. Jur replied that she had never met a person who could withstand such a powerful force. Wan looked at the system window and wondered if he should exit the mission since it was already listed as completed. Meanwhile, the girls, blessed by divine light, continued to lose their powers. Yen left the task and walked forward. The boy picked up the sword and said he wanted to see how strong the Demon King was. Yen immediately felt pain pierce his arm. The boy tried to cope with the pain, but soon he began coughing up black blood. Franca said that Yuan is trying to fight the demonic force, but they can't help him. Jur approached the girls and said that they could help him, and the more the better. The girls said that they needed to absorb the king's power from Yuan's body, grind it up, and share it with their body. Jur used her demonic powers to quickly build a house. The girls moved Yuan onto the bed. Jur said that she should go to the guy first. Irene said that Yuan was really strong, so she wasn't sure the girl would be okay. Jur winked at the girl and said that she shouldn't be underestimated. The other girls left the house, but an hour later, they were worried. Soon, Ruyer left the house, saying that she had underestimated Yuan. Irene said that Franca would hardly agree to such a thing, to which she replied that they could go together. The girls went into Yuan's house and left after 2 hours. Irene asked if there was anyone else who could help, as they had already reached their limit. Ali and the other 3 maids came up and said that they could begin. 3 hours later, The girls came out of the house and said that they had done everything possible. Irene reported that the demonic energy in Yuan had still not been purified, and Ruier said that they still needed to fight to the end. The demoness said that she underestimated the Demon King's strength, thinking that they could handle it on their own. At this moment, a voice came from behind Juer. The demonesses that Yuan had previously charmed said that they could help the boy deal with this energy. Juer immediately realized that the girls had already been purified by divine light thanks to the guy. One of the demonesses said that she was grateful to Yuan and would like to help him together with her sisters. Juer said the girls came at the right time. When the demonesses entered the house, the system began sending notifications about the increase in the experience of unlimited magic. After some time, the girls on the street felt the ground beneath them shaking. Irene immediately realized it was not an earthquake when she turned her gaze towards the Church of Divine Light. The girls saw a giant figure towering over the city. The white statue with bright red eyes resembled a church minister, and the girls immediately realized that it was an archbishop. The man himself was glued to the statue and shouted that he was going to combine the divine light with the magical energy of the Demon King. Chris was originally supposed to help with this mission, but he got lost. The archbishop took out a large sword and said that all he had to do was absorb the power of the Yuan Demon King. The statue, at the behest of the man, was about to strike the house in which the boy was located. The sword crashed down on the building, destroying half of it. Irene cried out in alarm. Juer said there was no need to worry because she could still feel the demon's power. Yuan was able to stop the sword with one hand, and at that moment the system sent a task, which consisted of defeating the archbishop. The guy no longer looked like himself and was dressed in a black cloak that covered his head. Yuan easily smashed the archbishop's sword into small pieces. The man said that a mere mortal could not control such power. The archbishop began to concentrate the divine light into one point. Yin said that the Demon King's strength was too restless, so he couldn't play with the man for too long. The guy also began to form energy between his palms. Yen was able to direct the flow of energy into the archbishop earlier. Upon collision, the energy turned into a furious flame. It completely dispelled the divine light and began to devour the archbishop himself. Soon, there was no trace left of the statue, and the system sent a notification that the task had been completed. The Demon King's veil immediately began to peel off Yuan, and he said that it was still too difficult to use this power. The guy was completely exhausted and lost consciousness. Irene ran up to Yuan and asked if he was okay. At that moment, the girl heard someone tell her to leave the guy with them. Irene turned around and saw unfamiliar girls. Ning Shuang said that Yuan had made a lot of noise again. Irene asked who they were and what their relationship was to the guy. Ning Shuang said that Yuan had forbidden the three of them to act together, but Feng asked the girl to express herself more clearly. Yun decided to take charge of the explanations and said that she would tell all the guys' secrets if they went with them. After some time, everyone moved to the system space. Yuan came to his senses at night and immediately realized where he was. The guy got dressed and left the room, trying to understand what was happening and how he ended up there. Before Yuan could even comprehend anything, a nightstand flew at his head. The guy was exhausted, so he couldn't dodge. Irene and Yun were training together and didn't notice Yuan's appearance, causing the blow to fall on him. Seeing the guy's condition, the girls immediately became alarmed. Irene asked how Yuan could even be harmed by her blow, being the possessor of the Demon King's power. Juer explained that the boy was only able to cope with the Demon King's power, but it was temporarily sealed due to exhaustion. Yuan said that it wasn't that important, because right now he was interested in how they all ended up here. Juer said that the guy had become the Demon King, so she had to follow him everywhere. Wen turned his gaze to Irene and asked why she was here, since the Divine Light Church would definitely be against him. The girl said that after the Archbishop's actions, faith in divine light faded and the need for the 7 wise men disappeared. Franca and Lucia also decided to follow Yuan since they were left without divine power and now had no need for their world. At that moment, Ali rushed at the guy who also followed the guy into the system space. The girl said that she too would serve the master forever. Wan caught that the girl was speaking in the plural. Looking back, the guy saw Xiao, Cao, and Chao, and the latter asked him not to try to get rid of them. Yuan said there would be no problem and he would be able to feed a few more mouths. Ning Shuang said that it wouldn't be as easy to feed them as he thought. Yun said that one shouldn't say such things because they might be misunderstood. Yuan had no idea what the girls were talking about. At that moment, a whole crowd of demonesses approached them and called the guy master. Ruyer said that 200 more demonesses had arrived after them, helping Yuan deal with the Demon King's power. The guy said he wasn't irresponsible, but no one was allowed to be lazy in this space. Yuan went to the system store to find something that could accommodate all the girls. Soon, the guy acquired a magnificent palace, which could accommodate 500 people. Yen then purchased a training arena so that the girls could train in peace. The guy went on a shopping spree, buying everything he saw. At that moment, the system fairy appeared and told the guy not to spend everything thoughtlessly. Yuan replied that all these girls had followed him, so he was obliged to accommodate them with all the comforts. The guy continued to buy everything that caught his eye. Thanks to the many completed tasks, the guy accumulated a lot of points. The last thing Yuan built was the yin-yang pavilion. Irene looked into the room and said that it was too much for her to understand. Ruyer said that she and Ning Shuang had become very close friends, so they wanted to show Yuan what they were capable of. Soon, the girls dragged the guy into the room and tied his hands. Ruyer tied Yuan's hands to the headboard of the bed and told Ning Shuang to check if he had regained his strength. The guy was frightened by how much the girls had become friends during his absence. Ning Shuang approached Jur and said that she didn't expect the girl to be so experienced. The blonde grabbed the red-haired girl by the tail, and from her reaction she realized that this was the demon's weak spot. After a while, the girls completely exhausted Yuan. Ning Shuang took out a smoking pipe. The girl said that thanks to this pavilion, she feels that her improvement has made significant progress. Jur also felt that her strength had increased, although she had never heard of such pavilions. Yuan said that cultivating together was good, but for him it was too much. Irene looked into the room and said that the place was unclean. Yun said that using this method to improve one's cultivation is a crooked path. Ning Shuang asked if Yun really didn't want to try it, to which the girl sheepishly replied that she would definitely try it. Irene and Yun approached the guy who asked to give him a rest. 3 days later, Yuan heard the system fairy trying to wake him up, saying that a new task would soon begin. The guy jumped up on the bed and told the fairy to shut up. Yuan was glad that the next task would soon begin because the girls in the system space had worn him out. The fairy said that the girl's attitude towards him was a blessing, but he was always dissatisfied with something. Yuan said that his level of charisma was too high and he couldn't handle it physically. The fairy warned that this time it would be very dangerous, but the guy was confident that he could rely on his face everywhere. The girl smiled and said that this time Yuan would not be able to communicate with people. The guy wanted to ask what they were talking about, but the fairy had already begun to transfer him to another space. Yuan was no longer surprised that the girl was throwing him into other worlds without attaching instructions to them. Soon the guy was transported to a modern city. Yan looked around and saw tall buildings, but the streets were empty. The big screen was broadcasting news that mentioned an attack by the infected. Yen found the surroundings familiar, but he wanted to take a break from the game for a while and go for a walk. At some point, the guy saw a girl running out of the building. The stranger rushed towards Yuan and hugged him. The guy said that such attention to his person goes beyond all reasonable limits. However, when the girl raised her head, Yuan realized that she was infected with the virus. The guy got scared and screamed loudly. At that moment, another girl ran up to him from the side, pushing the infected one aside. A girl with short hair and a gray cloak landed on the ground. Yan looked at what was happening with fear and asked what was going on. The girl stood up and asked why the civilian was wandering the streets on his own. The girl asked if the guy was lost or if he really didn't understand what zombies were. Only now did Yuan understand why the first girl had been so eager for him. The girl said her name was Xiangji and she was a member of a special rescue team. Xiangji said that it was too dangerous for a guy like Yuan to be alone in this city, so he should come with her. The girl said that infected men die immediately, while women survive and begin to hunt males. Yuan realized that this world was too dangerous for him, and Xiangji asked the guy's name and identification information. The guy introduced himself, but said that identification might be a problem. Yuan didn't notice how vines started approaching them from the side. Xiangji kicked the guy in the face to push him away. The girl noticed a zombie standing on a pole. Xiangji immediately realized that it was a sea-level zombie. The girl told Yuan to run while she covered him. Xiangji took out a gun and started shooting at the infected. However, the zombie's defenses were too strong, causing the bullets to simply bounce off him. The infected woman's patience ran out and she knocked the gun out of Xiangji's hands. Yuan was able to catch the weapon. The guy said that now his power is sealed, but he can still use the power of modern weapons. Xiangji said that the only way to harm a zombie is to hit its weak spot, but civilians are not capable of doing that. Yan quickly learned the system and said he could do it now. The guy purchased the passive skill Nobita's shooting from the system store. This skill allowed one to hit the target even with the most useless weapon. Yin raised his gun and took aim. The guy only fired once. This time the bullet hit the zombie, killing it. Yuan said that he is really a genius when it comes to shooting. However, Xiangji grabbed the guy by the collar, saying that they had no time to waste. Only now did Yuan notice that a crowd of infected were already running after them. The guy didn't know if there were so many zombies because he was too attractive. Xiangji ran to the car and told Yuan to take the wheel since her arm was injured. They got into the car, and the girl said that they needed to follow the navigator towards the hospital. Yan said there was nothing to worry about as he was an experienced driver. The guy pressed the gas pedal to the floor, and the car immediately took off. Xiangji shouted at Yuan to speed up. The crowd of zombies was already very close. Xiangji looked ahead and said that a crowd of zombies was blocking their way. Yuan said he was heading north, leaving zombie season behind. The guy sharply turned the steering wheel to the left. Yuan said that the wind was blowing along the mountain road, and it was his fault that he threw the girl into the air. One of the infected was pinned to the glass, and the guy said that even from the side, her face was beautiful. Yan turned at the intersection and drove forward at full speed. Xiangji said that the guy had good driving skills and asked where he learned it. Yuan gave a thumbs up and said that Mario was racing. After some time, the guy and the girl arrived at the hospital. They went inside and Xiangji immediately found it strange that they didn't meet anyone on the way. They came out from around the corner and saw the infected one. The zombie immediately rushed towards Yuan. However, the infected woman did not have time to get close to the guy because someone dealt her a fatal blow from behind. Yuan saw a short-haired girl in a medical gown holding a scalpel behind the zombie. The guy asked her who she was. The girl said her name was Linling, and she was the chief surgeon of this hospital. Linling said that every surgeon should know how to use a scalpel. Xiangji said they could introduce themselves later. Yuan immediately remembered that Xiangji had been injured by a zombie and asked Linling to examine her. The surgeon said she couldn't say for sure whether the girl could be cured, but they should go to the operating room. Yan asked what happened in this hospital and why Linling was left here alone. The girl said she slept in the morgue during the evacuation, but no one came to wake her up and warn her about what had happened. After some time, they approached the operating room. Linling said that she needed to get ready a little, and Yuan should help Xiangji undress in the meantime. The guy approached the girl and apologized, saying that he would be forced to touch her. Xiangji looked at him with embarrassment, but said that she agreed. Soon Yuan completely undressed the girl and laid her on the bed. The guy noted that the wound on his hand had noticeably widened and also thought that it would be a shame to lose a girl with such a figure. Linling peeked out of the operating room and said that Yuan shouldn't bother his head with such a toxic thing as a relationship. The girl carefully examined Xiangji, noticing all the oddities. Linling said the girl had been given antiviral drugs, so her rate of infection was not particularly high. The surgeon said that they should walk to the pharmacy and get all the necessary medications. After leaving the room, Yuan asked Linling where such a strange virus came from. The girl said that this could happen because girls are important in reproducing offspring, while males are not particularly needed. At this moment, Yuan heard someone's face asking for help. He looked out the window and saw a guy being chased by the infected. Linling said that nothing could be done about it as the situation was hopeless. Yan saw how the girls crowded around the boy who was screaming in fear. The guy stopped at the window and said that he felt very sorry for him. Linling said that everything depends on the feelings of the person viewing it. The girl said that the guy's body was already too emaciated. Yan looked closer and saw a smile on the guy's face. Linling said the virus puts men into a trance in which they experience bliss even on their deathbed. The girl said that there are also desperate men who take the initiative, provoking zombies. Linling asked Yuan if he wanted to try something similar, but he said he wasn't that stupid. The girl went into the pharmacy and said that the staff had taken almost all the medications during the evacuation, so they should split up. Yuan replied that it would be better for them not to separate, as it could be very dangerous here too. Linling said that the longer they delayed, the more dangerous Xiangji's condition would be, so it would be better to hurry. At that moment, an infected woman jumped out of the closet at the girl. Yan pushed Linling away, jumping between her and the zombie. The infected woman bit the guy on the arm. Linling quickly approached from the side and plunged the scalpel into the zombie's head. The infected woman fell to the floor, and there was silence for a while. Linling looked at Yuan's bitten hand and asked if he felt anything strange. The guy looked at his hand and said he didn't feel anything. Linling immediately handed Yuan the virus blocker, thinking that perhaps the virus would spread more slowly in the boy. The guy said he would be glad to experience a happy death, but, to his regret, there were no infected girls here. Yuan asked if Linling would refuse to help him, but the girl replied that they would talk about it later. The girl knew that statistics showed a 100% fatal outcome for men, and she believed that the guy would soon die. Soon the boy and girl returned to Xiangji's room. Linling immediately injected the girl with a virus blocker. The surgeon said it would take them half an hour to see if the medicine had worked. Linling lowered her eyes and said that she had something to tell Yuan. The guy immediately understood that the girl wanted to tell him that he would not live long. Yuan knew that he could buy expensive medicine from the system store, but he didn't want to resort to this method until the very end. Linling said that the guy could tell her his last wish, but it was not a fact that she would agree to fulfill it. Yuan said he was sorry that even though he was infected with the virus, he still couldn't die in bliss. Linling asked the guy if he really thought that, to which he replied that it was just a joke. However, the girl immediately began to take off her clothes, saying that she agreed to help. Linling said that she had to fulfill the boy's last wish, since he was bitten because of her. Yuan approached the girl and said that he really wanted this. Linling sat down on the bed and told the boy to be quiet so as not to attract zombies. Yuan said that the girl always has such an arrogant face no matter what is happening around her. Linling told the boy not to rush because he could die at any moment. Yuan said that he would give the girl all his remaining life force. The boy kissed Linling, and the system sent a notification about the increase in the level of limitless magic. After a while, Yuan lay back on the bed and said that this feeling was really amazing. Linling got dressed and told the boy not to strain himself, because if he still had any strength left, he should survive. However, the girl suddenly fell silent when she looked at Yuan again. Linling saw that the boy's eyes were closed and thought that he was no longer breathing. The girl came up to him and said that she would now live for him. Linling covered the boy's face with a sheet. The girl thought that she was really very sad, despite the fact that she had long been accustomed to seeing death. At that moment, the guy's body under the sheet jerked sharply. Yan jumped out of bed and said that he was a zombie who was going to suck all the life out of Linling. The girl got scared and hit the guy in the face with her naked hand. The force of the blow sent the guy flying to the side. Wan hit the table, which immediately shattered into pieces. The girl came closer and grabbed a chair. Linling swung it at Yuan. The guy immediately put his hand in front of him, saying that he was just joking. Only now did Linling remember that men didn't turn into zombies, but it was also the first time she had seen one survive. Yen said he didn't know why he was still alive, but he felt fine, so there was nothing to worry about. Linling looked at her hands and said that she had never had such strength before. Yen suggested that the zombie virus was much stranger than they thought. At this moment, the system sent a notification that Linling's character card had been unlocked. The girl lit a cigarette and said that she was surprised that the guy did not react to the virus. Linling admitted that she wanted to dissect Yuan to understand why he had developed immunity to viruses. At that moment, the boy and girl saw Xiangji rise from the bed behind the screen. The girl's hair turned white and her eyes turned bright red. Yan pulled back the screen and said that he was very glad that Xiangji had woken up. However, looking at the girl, the guy immediately realized what a mistake he had made. Xiangju immediately rushed at him. The guy jumped to the side at the last moment, avoiding the collision. Linling said that the girl was completely taken over by the virus, which meant they urgently needed to leave here. Yan said he didn't want to leave Xiangji in this state and reminded him that he was immune to the virus. Linling said that this was just her guess, but they still didn't know what was happening to the boy's body. Yuan took off his shirt and said that they should check it out right now. The guy threw a t-shirt towards Xiangji. Yuan said that the men of her couple were already here, so the girl could eat him. Xiangji immediately pounced on the guy, pinning him to the floor. Yan put his hands under his head and said that he allowed the girl to do whatever she wanted. However, after some time had passed, Xiangji still had not taken action. The guy looked at the girl and asked why she was numb. Linling said that if the girl had no experience in such matters during her life, then even after her conversion, she would not understand what to do. Yen said he didn't expect that such people actually existed. Xiangji was offended and stepped aside, turning away from the guy. Yan walked up to her and put his hand on her head, saying that there was nothing wrong with it. The guy said that he would have to take matters into his own hands to help the girl. Shangji said she wanted to eat Yuan whole. Linling watched from the sidelines and asked if it was really necessary to try so hard if the zombies could just be killed. Soon, the system sent a notification that Shangji's character card had been unlocked. 3 hours later, the girl was laid on the bed, and her hair gradually began to turn dark. Suddenly, Shangji's eyes widened. The girl jumped up on the bed and shouted that she didn't want to become a zombie. Linling was glad that Shangji came to her senses, and Yuan told the girl that she did not become a zombie. The girl looked at her hand and realized that they were not lying, but she clearly remembered how the infection had spread completely throughout her body. Linling said that Shangji had turned into a zombie after all and had treated Yuan very cruelly. The girl blushed and said that she remembered how she attacked the guy. Wen said that there was no point in talking about it because it was just his destiny. Shangji was angered by his words, so she jumped up from the bed and grabbed the guy by the collar of his t-shirt. The girl said that Yuan had no right to say that since it was her first time. The guy replied that there was no need to get so excited because it was just a bad joke. At this moment, a shudder ran through Shangji's body. The girl's hand unconsciously reached out towards Yuan. There was a tense silence between them for a moment. Yen blushed and asked what the girl was doing. Shangji pulled back and said that her hand moved on its own. Linling examined the girl's hand and said that there were still traces of infection on her hand. Yan immediately came up with an idea of what could be done about it. The guy led Shangji along with him, and soon they locked themselves in the room together. Linling heard the girl scolding her because Yuan was pulling all her clothes off. The surgeon blushed, imagining what the guy and girl could do there. Soon, Yuan came out of the room and said that he had done everything. Shangji followed him out of the room. The girl was wearing a very revealing costume that covered her left arm with metal armor. Yuan said that this was a combat suit that would help suppress the virus and increase Shangji's strength. Linling asked who the guy really was and why he was doing all this. Yan replied that he was just a polymer material specialist, but this could not fully convince the girl. The guy decided to prove the suit's effectiveness and pointed the gun at Shangji. The girl doubted whether it was worth doing this because Yuan had a real gun in his hands. The guy said everything would be fine and then pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the weak spot of any zombie, causing Shangji to flinch. The girl's suit began to reject the foreign object. Yuan smiled and said that thanks to the suit and her reinforced body, ordinary bullets couldn't harm her. However, from Shangji's reaction, it was clear that she was not very happy about this. The girl inserted the gun into Yuan's mouth and said that even though it was difficult to kill, it still hurt. Linling said that now was not the time to argue, as they needed to take on the mission of saving the world. Xiangji looked at the girl and asked if the three of them could really save this world. Yan said that it was very easy to talk about it, but does Linling really have a plan? The surgeon replied that the secret was hidden in the boy's DNA, so if we studied it, we could find a vaccine. Xiangji grabbed Yuan's hand and said that there were more than 100 infected people in the organization, and they had to save them first. The guy said that he didn't have the strength to deal with 100 infected people at once, and besides, he was the one who needed care. Linling supported Yuan, saying that they should study the DNA to mass-produce a vaccine from it. The girl said that she could create an antivirus with the guy's help, but she needed a sample of the zombie virus for this. Xiangji said the original strain of the virus is extremely rare, and even on the black market, its price is extremely high. Linling said that the original strain should be in the lab in the city center, in room 308. The girl said that her twin sister was involved in the project to develop this virus, but after the information was disclosed, she disappeared. Yuan put his hand on Linling's shoulder and said that she could rely on them and perhaps they would find out something about her sister. The girl said that she had long since lost hope, but if they succeeded in doing this, then all her efforts were not in vain. Shangji asked if Linling was working on the antidote because of her own sister. The girl replied that in addition to this, she wanted to save the world, earn a reputation, and then make fun of her superiors. Shangji said that saving the world for such a purpose is truly ambitious. After some time, Yuan and Shangji went to the laboratory in the city center. The boy and girl were hiding behind a car and thinking about how to get around so many zombies. Yuan said that he would distract the infected while Shangji sneaked inside first. The guy took off his t-shirt and came out from behind the car. Yuan shouted that everyone could try a small piece of his fresh meat. The infected immediately turned their attention to the guy. They moved towards him, saying that he couldn't run away. As he ran past the car, Yuan said that he would return to the lab as soon as he dealt with the zombies. The guy smiled and told the infected that maybe he would even let them catch him. As soon as there were no zombies left near the entrance to the laboratory, Xiangji ran forward. She understood that Yuan was risking his life now, so she couldn't let him down. Meanwhile, the guy ran to a big bus. Yen ran inside and the infected followed him. As soon as all the zombies entered the salon, the guy closed the door behind them. Yuan told them to stand firm and hold on as he was about to step on the gas. Xiangji saw what the guy did, but she didn't quite understand why he needed it. The girl decided that Yuan wanted to drive into the water and die with the zombies. However, after a few moments, the bus did not move, but began to shake. Yuan said it was time for them to speed up. Soon the guy opened the bus door and said that he was looking forward to the next trip. All the infected were exhausted and did not react to Yuan's words. The guy adjusted his t-shirt and got off the bus. Xiangji looked at Yuan with disapproval, wondering why he was doing this at such an important moment. The guy saw that the girl was still standing next to the building and asked why she didn't take the opportunity to go forward. Xiangji said that there is a bulletproof door here that cannot be opened. However, Yuan only smiled and said that in that case, only Xiangji could open this door. The girl said that she was now less dexterous because of the costume, so she definitely wouldn't be able to open the door. Yin said that the mechanical arm armor had many functions, and the girl just needed to imagine it in her head. Xiangji said that she would try to do it, but if the guy was cheating on her, then he would not live. The girl closed her eyes and concentrated on the door. Xiangji extended her hand forward, and the mechanical armor on her fingers began to change shape. A few moments later, a beam appeared that burned right through the glass. Thanks to this, Xiangji was able to open the door. Yin said that now is not the best time to rejoice, as they have new problems. The guy saw that the laboratory corridors were full of infected people. Xiangji recognized the high rank of the zombies and asked why there were so many of them. Yen decided to ask how zombies are divided into classes. Xiangji said that the lowest level of infection is D, at which those infected retain some sanity and are susceptible to blockers. Infected become level C when they become completely zombies and can only kill. Yuan smiled and said that he now felt relieved. Xiangji said the boy simply didn't understand how dangerous the situation was. Wen materialized pistols and said that in this case he could shoot in all directions without worrying about anything. These were sacred stone pistols purchased from the system store. The zombies had already noticed the boy and girl and rushed towards them. Yen prepared himself and said that all people are mortal. The guy started shooting, hitting the zombies' heads without missing. Yuan didn't need any help at all because he could handle it on his own. Xiangji watched him from the side and thought that he looked inexplicably attractive. The girl walked further down the corridor and stood with her back to the passage. At that moment, an infected woman tried to attack her from behind. Xiangji immediately noticed the zombie and turned around. A blade appeared on the girl's mechanical arm. Xiangji delivered one precise blow to the infected's body. The body was immediately cut into two parts. There was blood on Xiangji's suit, and she said it was disgusting. Yan said that the suit has an automatic cleaning system, so the girl can use it. Xiangji looked at the mechanical arm and indeed saw a cleaning icon. The girl pressed it and immediately 4 auxiliary hands appeared from behind her back. Yan said there was nothing to worry about as the system would wipe every corner of the girl's body. A few minutes later, the guy examined Xiangji and said that he couldn't believe that a person could be given such a new appearance. The girl's body was shining with cleanliness, but she said that she would never use the system again. At that moment, the floor beneath their feet began to shake. Yuan thought it was an earthquake, but a few moments later, the floor beneath their feet began to collapse. A monster that the guy had never seen before crawled out from the first floor towards them. Xiangji said that it was useless to fight this zombie and they just needed to escape from it and then meet in room 308. The guy didn't give up on this plan, but the girl warned him that the zombie would still run after him, since he was a man. Yuan was frightened and asked why the girl didn't tell him this from the beginning. The zombie tried to catch up with the guy. However, Yuan looked over his shoulder at her and said that they wouldn't succeed anyway. The monster didn't listen to him and in one jump was next to him. The impact with the floor caused dust to rise into the air. Soon the zombie realized that the guy had disappeared from sight. At the last moment, Yuan managed to jump into the incubator and was now trying to come to his senses. After some time, the guy heard a child crying in the office. Yuan looked around and saw many glass chambers filled with liquid. Coming closer, the guy saw that there was a baby in each cell. Yen was surprised that someone was still doing this despite the zombie apocalypse. The boy took a closer look at the baby. After a few moments, the baby raised its head and Yuan saw red eyes. The creature broke through the glass and attacked the guy. The baby bit Yuan on the hand. After that, the guy heard how the rest of the cameras began to break one after another. The babies crawled towards him to eat him. One retreated back, saying there were too many of them. The guy took out a card and said that he had no other choice. Yuan used the spatial movement technique and summoned the girl from the map. It was Irene, who had no idea what was happening. The girl saw Yuan and asked why she was there. The guy said that he would explain everything later, but now he needed help getting rid of the evil spirits. The girl looked at the babies and felt an aura of evil emanating from them. Irene called upon the divine light to cleanse the babies of their filth. The light illuminated the bodies of the babies, and they began to dissolve into the air. Yuan smiled and said that he was right to call Irene, but he was interested in why the girl was dressed so strangely. The girl replied that she chose clothes with Ning Shuang because she planned to surprise the guy. Wen said that it suited the girl very well, and he was glad that he would receive the gift ahead of time. Irene asked if the guy really hadn't called her for this. Suddenly, a strong pain shot through Yuan's arm. Irene got scared and asked what was happening. The guy looked at his hand, which showed signs of infection, and said that he was poisoned. Irene said she could handle this poison. Yen remembered that the girl really did have a lot of divine light spells in her arsenal. However, the girl decided to act banally and simply decided to suck the poison out of her hand. Yuan became scared and asked if the girl would really be okay. Irene said that her holy body is almost immune to any poison, especially such a weak one. After a few moments, hearts appeared in the girl's eyes. She started pestering Yuan, and he said that he shouldn't have believed her. The guy thought that this reaction could be caused by the poison reacting with his blood. However, Irene insisted that she was fine and wanted to show what she had learned from Ning Shuang. Yuan asked what the girls were doing in the system space while he was gone. Irene said that they practice kung fu together, so the guy should be careful when he returns. Meanwhile, Ning Shuang and Yun were wondering why Irene was so late. Ning Shuang turned to Yun and asked what happened between her and Yuan last time, so that he no longer calls her. The girl blushed and replied that she was just helping him, but the older one continued to tease her. Yun asked not to bring up the topic again, and then Ning Shuang admitted that she was simply jealous. At that moment, Irene returned to the system space. Yun immediately came closer to the girl and asked what happened. Irene blushed and covered her mouth with her hand. Ning Shuang approached the girl and asked why she continued to remain silent. A few moments later, Irene replied that she had to eat poison. Ning Shuang moved closer to the girl, causing her to blush even more. The older one licked her lips and said that it smelled really poisonous. Meanwhile, zombies continued to arrive at the office where Yuan remained. The guy said he had just gotten rid of the poison and needed time to catch his breath. However, the zombies weren't going to listen to him. They pounced on him in a crowd. Within moments, the zombies scattered in different directions, pushed back by the force emanating from Yuan. The guy realized that the sealed power had been partially restored. Yuan suggested that it might be related to his connection with Irene. At that moment, something caught the guy's attention. He found a Class C corpse fragment that could be exchanged for 500 points. The guy picked up the crystal and was glad that good loot could be collected from the monsters in this world. Yuan opened the system window and said that he couldn't miss such a good opportunity. Meanwhile, things weren't going so well for Xiangji. The girl was now being pursued by a whole crowd of infected. Xiangji was distracted by looking behind her, causing her to trip and fall. The girl looked back, realizing that this would not end well. At this moment, Yuan told Xiangji to lie down on the floor and then threw a grenade. The explosion destroyed some of the infected. The girl turned around and began to notice the guy's silhouette through the smoke. Xiangji didn't understand what was happening. The guy stood at the other end of the corridor with a machine gun in his hands and told the girl not to get up. Yuan opened fire and said that he would collect all the points that could be obtained in this place. Xiangji didn't even dare to intervene and simply watched from both sides. Gradually, the corridors of the laboratory became empty. Yuan left no one alive and exchanged all the loot he received in the system store. The points were flowing like a river, so the guy was curious to see how many points would be given for a level B zombie. Xiangji approached the guy and asked where he got such a weapon. Yuan lied that he found it in the lab, and the girl immediately thought that it was some kind of new weapon sample. The guy said that the scientists could have understood what a disaster this experiment could turn into. Xiangji asked if Yuan really believed that zombies were the result of a failed experiment. The guy said that there was no time to think about it because they had already arrived at office 308 and the answers could be inside. Yuan and Xiangji stopped in front of the office doors. The guy said that it could be dangerous there, so he would go first and the girl would cover his back. Xiangji took out a gun and said that he could rely on her and asked him to be careful. The guy opened the door, saying that it was not locked. When the door was half open, Yuan heard the fishing line snap. At that very moment, the guy saw knives flying at him. Yen reacted instantly, avoiding the collision. The guy slipped into the office and breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, a gun barrel was pointed at his head. The guy immediately asked not to rush to conclusions, since he did not come to steal anything. Yen turned his head and saw a girl in a medical gown who said that he didn't look much like a zombie. The guy said that he was really a human being, so there was no point in killing him. Xiangji followed her into the office and said that the girl reminded her of Linling. The stranger immediately perked up and asked if they really knew her sister. Yuan and Xiangji screamed, not believing that it was really Sister Linling. The boy ran up to the girl, who was much shorter than her sister and looked like she was still a teenager. Yuan asked if this was really the doubting that Linling had spoken about. The girl again put the gun to the guy's head and said that she would shoot if he didn't shut up. Wen said he was just joking and that Linling had sent him here to help Doubting deal with the zombies. The girl said that she thought so, that her sister was not looking for her, but for her knowledge. The girl said that her name was Linyi, and she was Linling's half-sister. Xiangji said that Linling did care about the girl because she thought that she was already dead. Linyi said that her sister didn't think it was true, but rather wanted it to be true. Yen asked why Linyi looked younger than her sister when she was actually older. The girl replied that the vaccine she developed had flaws and that this had affected her genes, making her smaller. Yen looked at the girl's chest and said that it had not shrunk proportionally everywhere. Linyi said that her breasts had also shrunk and were now 3 times smaller than before. The guy immediately imagined it in his head. He couldn't believe how big her breasts were. Xiangzhi hit the guy on the head, saying that even now he only thinks about one thing. Linyi said that ever since she was little, she had been better than Linling in everything. The girl approached Yuan and said that she would thank him if he helped her return to her original form. The guy said that one shouldn't underestimate him because he is not so weak as to give in to lust. Xiangji was surprised that the guy could be so serious. However, after this, Yuan said that as a gentleman, he could not refuse the girl's request. Linyi said that a vaccine would return her to her true form, and that was what the boy and girl came to this place for. Xiangji asked the girl if she knew how to make it. Linyi said the reason the previous iteration didn't work was because the original genes were missing. The girl explained that there were 3 experimental samples, and that if at least one of them were obtained, a vaccine could be created. Yuan asked where they should look for these zombies. Linyi took out her laptop and said that all the information was stored on it, but she didn't have a password, and the wrong one would block all the data. Yuan asked where they were supposed to look for this password. Linyi said that the password was Linling's date of birth, but she didn't know it. The girl said that her stepfather, Linling's biological father, was responsible for the experiment. Before his death, the man revealed that the password was Linling's birthday. Yuan asked if the girl really didn't remember her own sister's birthday. Linyi said she didn't remember the date because the girl was given dolls while she only got books. Yan said that he could not know this date for sure, so the girl had to look for it herself. Linyi said that she couldn't leave the building because there was a B-rank zombie walking through the corridors, killing anyone who tried to escape. Yen looked around the room and asked if there were any explosive materials there. Linyi said that there was explosive, but it would only work at point-blank range, to which the guy replied that it was no problem for him to seduce zombies. Half an hour later, Yuan collected everything he needed and went to look for the B-rank zombies. The monster wandered through the corridors, catching smaller infected. At that moment, Yuan appeared in front of her and asked if she would like to taste some fresh meat. The infected one immediately rushed at him. The monster grabbed Yuan in its arms, causing him to scream. However, all this was a mirage inspired by the guy. Instead, the zombie was already clutching explosives in his hands. A few moments later, an explosion occurred. Yuan walked over and collected the material that had fallen from the monster. The guy said that he had taken the core and got rid of the obstacle, so it was time to hit the road. Xiangji peeked out from around the corner and said that although Yuan was strange, he could be relied on. By nightfall, the boy and the girls reached the hospital where Linling remained. Yen rushed into the hospital saying they had good news. Xiangji covered the boy's mouth and told him to be quiet. The girl was the first to notice Linling lying on the bed and assumed that she was tired. Yuan said he was given a distance, but they had to wake her up. Linyi said that there was no point in waking her sister because she was also exhausted that day and did not want to have serious conversations now. Xiangji looked at the girl leaving and said that apparently their relationship was not so bad. Another wave of pain shot through Yuan's body and he said it was getting annoying. Xiangji asked what happened, to which the guy said that he was having another attack. Xiangji asked if she should restrain the guy today. Yan said that it would be of no use now, since poison must be fought with fire, so he needed a zombie woman. Xiangji said that they had nowhere to get zombies now, but there should still be virus cells left in her. Yuan asked if the girl would help him. Xiangji approached and said that the guy dreamed of too many things. The girl said that she would be uncomfortable in the combat suit, but Yuan replied that this was not true. The guy said that there is a button on the suit that folds up part of the clothing. Xiangji felt her neck and felt a small button. Without thinking twice, the girl pressed it. Part of her costume immediately disappeared. The boy and girl entered Linling's room, trying to be quiet. Wan told Xiangji not to accidentally wake the girl up. The girl turned around and called the guy a fool. The veins on Xiangji's neck began to appear. The girl began to feel how the virus was taking over her again. The guy pressed his shoulder against the girl, allowing her to bite him. Yan said that Xiangji doesn't have to hold back because he's strong enough. The girl recoiled and said that she didn't mean to do that, after which she apologized. Yan said it was nothing serious, but next time it would be better to warn. Xiangji looked at the bed and was worried that Linling might wake up. The guy looked at the girl lying on the bed and said that she was sleeping soundly. Xiangji believed Yuan and continued to help him. Linling was actually awake, but she didn't want to interrupt the boy and girl, so she continued to pretend. That same night, Yuan retired to his room. He tried to understand how his body was reacting to the virus and what was happening to his endless magic. Yan felt like he had reached his limit again, but he didn't know how to further increase his charisma. The guy decided to go out and get some fresh air. At the opposite end of the corridor, Yuan saw Linling's silhouette. The guy decided to approach the girl since she had already slept. Yuan snuck up behind Linling and extended his hand towards her. The guy suddenly grabbed the girl from behind by the chest. Yuan said he was having another attack and needed urgent help. However, the guy soon realized that his breast size was different from Linling's. Yan realized that she had become too big. The girl turned around and the guy saw Linyi, who said that she had not lied to him. Wan recoiled and asked how the girl had returned to her previous form if they hadn't developed a vaccine yet. Linyi said that sometimes she returned to her original state, but she was more interested in the guy's words now. The girl promised to reward the guy if he told her everything. Yan blushed and said that he had an unusual body that was resistant to viruses. Linyi asked what kind of help they were talking about and why the guy needed her sister. Yan said that Linling had helped him, but the girl continued to press him about how exactly she had helped him. At that moment, Linling herself came out into the corridor and said that she had helped exactly as Linyi thought. The girl came closer and said that she was very surprised that her sister was still alive. Linyi asked if Linling really wouldn't hug her because she was upset to see her alive. Yuan asked the girls to calm down, saying that they were still sisters. The sisters immediately turned against him, saying that it was none of his business. Linyi said that since everyone was awake, they should get down to business and unlock her father's laptop. Soon, the girls entered the password, and Linling asked why her sister decided that her birthday would be appropriate. Linyi replied that the man did not tell her name on his deathbed, but he loved Linling the most. Yuan thought that it would be very difficult to reconcile the girls. Linling said she didn't know what was worse, her father's death or her sister not knowing her birthday. Linyi asked Linling if she remembered her birthday, to which the girl replied yes and went to the computer, entering the date. Linyi immediately became scared, saying that if she entered the wrong password, the computer would explode. However, Linling replied that she was doing everything right. The girl continued to enter Linyi's birthday, not doubting her decision. The password worked, and a photo of a father with 2 daughters appeared on the laptop's screensaver. Linyi was very surprised that the password was her birthday. Linling said that her father had always treated her with condescension, but he considered Linyi a true genius who would change the world. These words made Linyi shudder. The girl turned away, saying that her sister was lying and that nothing would change her disgusting childhood. Linling said that the girl could think as she wished, but now they needed to find information on the original genes. However, the girls soon realized that the data on patient 0 was blocked. Linyi said that this was their father's work, so it would take a lot of time to hack the files. Wen decided that during this time, he would be able to have a good rest. Linyi said that this hospital had a good health bath and she was willing to help the boy with his treatment. Yen smiled and said that he would be happy to accept any help. Linling got angry and asked what the guy was going to do with her sister. Yen stepped back and said that he was just joking and would go there alone. The guy headed towards the exit of the office and said that the girls definitely needed to talk. After Yuan left, Linyi said that she never thought that her sister was attracted to pretty boys. Linling said that she didn't say that she liked him and her sister was free to do whatever she wanted with him. Linyi decided to take advantage of this and pay her sister back in kind for always taking the best. Meanwhile, Yuan was able to find the bathroom the girl had spoken of. The guy settled into a huge bathtub and said that enjoying life like this during the apocalypse was a real crime. Yuan's only regret was that he had no one to share this huge bath with. The guy pulled out the character cards and said it was no problem for him. At that moment, his hand slipped and one card fell into the water. Yuan was scared and asked if the map could be damaged in water. A few moments later, Ningshuang emerged from the water, wearing a green swimsuit. The girl stood up to her full height, waving her hand. She turned to Yuan and said that it was now her turn to be summoned to another world. Only now did the guy realize whose card had fallen into the water, and he was clearly not happy about it. Ningshuang said that Irene and Yoon had already visited the guy, so she would be upset if she spent less time with him than they did. Yuan only now noticed the girl's new outfit and, blushing, asked how long ago she started dressing like that. Ningshuang said she just wanted to try something new and asked the guy if he liked the way she looked. Yuan asked if the girl really didn't know the answer to this question. Ningshuang looked at the guy and said that she somehow didn't pay attention to it. The girl slowly lowered herself into the water next to Yuan. At that moment, another girl entered the bathroom, but did not notice Ningshuang, who dived under the water. It was Linyi, who had already returned to her miniature form and came to Yuan with an inflatable ring. The guy got scared and asked why the girl came here if she knew perfectly well that he was currently taking a bath. Linyi sat on the inflatable ring and pushed off from the side, asking why she wasn't allowed to come. At this moment, Yuan flinched, attracting the girl's attention. Linyi asked if the guy was currently thinking about something indecent. Yan smiled and replied negatively, saying that he liked the adult version of Linyi much more. The girl swam closer and said that she shouldn't have said that because now she would want to prove that any version of hers was good. Yan shuddered again at what Ningshuang was doing underwater. A stream of energy burst out from under the water, throwing Linyi and his rubber ring aside. 2 days later, the girls were able to successfully crack the first file containing information about the original sample. The file contained a photograph of a beautiful middle-aged girl who was a professor and had a high compatibility with the virus. The girl's name was Wu Yang, and Yuan assumed that she was the one they were looking for. Linyi said the girl volunteered to get sponsorship for 6 students. Yan said they now knew the identity of patient 0 and asked how they would look for her now. Linyi said the first test subjects should have retained their sanity and are now likely to be living their normal lives. The girl suggested that their patient 0 was still at his university. Xiangji said that the hardest part was over, so she and Yuan should set out right now. The guy noted that the girl was very energetic today, but after his words, Xiangji stopped abruptly and shuddered. The girl turned to Yuan, and he saw that her eyes had turned completely red.